Okay. We are live. Just updating descriptions on my videos. I realized that I have SIG, the next SIG version now, so I updated all the descriptions and stuff. Okay. Let's see, where are we going? So, yeah, I was kind of abruptly interrupted last time. Well, it was my fault because I forgot that I had an appointment, but let's see. So, I think we were in the middle of something. Yeah, so we're working on this entity editor. Yeah, we were working on, that's right, we were working on actually being able to add entities into the game, or into with the scene editor. So let's just start this and see where we are, because I believe we're in the middle of something. So I need to get my head around this. And remember what we're doing. Layout scene 237. Right, okay, so you can't do the break. Oh yeah, so we were doing this drag payload thing, right? So basically, yeah, so we have this asset manager with a bunch of files. Some of them are entity types, and I want to create a new entity in the scene. You can drag, you're supposed to be able to drag that entity type into the scene, and that's what we're working on here. So this is new code which has not been run, and we've got this drag payload thing. And yeah, so it's basically well, I guess we'll just do this. Excuse me. Really what we want to check if drag payload is equal to a directory, then we return. If drag payload is equal to well, okay, so now we know it's a file, so dot file dot document type is not equal to entity type, then we return. So basically, I mean, it's the same thing, it's just, I guess, yeah, less lines. Right, so now we don't have that break thing. What else are we missing here? 237. Undeclared identify F, right. So F or file mode, I guess we can call it, should be drag payload dot file. Use of undeclared identifier entity type tag. Right. So this one would be right. Okay. Yeah. Okay, now I remember. So the issue here. So we're kind of transitioning from a hard-coded the way we create these entities and deal with the entities here is we use the type tag, which if we go to, I think it's over here, we have the scene entity and the type is this type here, and this is kind of hard coded. So the idea is that we would sort of create an entity from one of these types, and some of them have extra data like these ones, but these ones just have the base data, which is like a position, and it's not stored here, it's stored here, position and metadata. So the idea is that this editor is supposed to be like game agnostic, and one way to work towards that, and also to work towards making it more scalable in terms of being able to create your own entities and entity types, is getting rid of all these hard-coded entities types, and so I guess maybe what we could do is add a custom entity type, which would have like the key in it. So this would be the key. Let's keep all this for convenience right now. And let's just add that here. We don't really need. Well, I guess the key needs to be freed. So it's a slice, so we don't need to make it mutable. Okay, and then we have, let's start here and see how far we can go with this. So if we get custom, we clone it by just duplicating it. And then we have to do this. Okay. Right, so now we have this custom thing. Now the thing is, we added this custom thing, and how does this actually work in the game? It's the game have to now change so that the game code interprets, instead of looking at all of these, we have to look at the custom and then use this as the sort of replacement for these. So the game code would have to build its own sort of library of entity types, and it would be sort of hard coded in the game to be able to interpret this key. Let's say it's like this, and then it knows, okay, it's that monster. So we'll do that instead. So this allows us to have a more dynamic type of entity. So now the entity type tag, so we are going to get a bunch of places where we need to define this custom, what this means in various places, but I think for here we can simply say entity type tag is going to be custom entity type name. So the name is currently actually stored. Yeah, we don't really need to worry about the lifetime of this since we're using this string here, and we're not sending in this to create. Well, we actually create it here though. So we should probably duplicate this in that case, yeah. Well, I guess only if we go in here, so we will, if we go in here, then we actually want to duplicate this. Oh yeah, we need to catch each row as well. Okay. So now we have the tag. But the issue now is the way we know how to like render an entity before it's hard coded, so let's see where this happens. Well, we have here, we have entities. Yeah, this one. So here's like an example of how you render the entity. So you get texture from this function, and it's like hard coded. Scene document. So here's the hard coded stuff. But now we actually need more than this. So we need to fetch the document. So we need to change this. We need a context. And the context where we get all the different types of documents. So what we can do here is we get the custom entity type, which is the sort of string that has sort of the ID or key of the entity. Then how do we actually get the entity type from that is the question. So let's go to the drag payload here again. So we get the file node and the name. Right, this is only the name. So we actually need more than this. Yeah, we need let's see. Let's just. So we actually don't need. It's actually not going to be the name. Maybe it's going to be the file name of the entity type, perhaps. Yeah. Well, let's just do that then. And now we need to change this to set. And here we do. Where did we do this? Here, dupe set. Alright, so that's the file name. So we don't actually want the name, we want the file name. So we don't actually need to request the document here. But what we want to do is we want to get the file name. So this would be the file node dot file path. I forgot what it was called. Just path. Okay. Right, so that's the path now. And then, well, first of all, let's fix this function here. What this is called? Get size. Okay, so this is the place where we need to. Yeah. Okay. Okay, let's continue here. So, given the context, we can request now the document. So this is going to be document. It's going to be equal. Can I even name this document since we have a field? Yeah, we'll see. So this is going to be request document, and it's going to be this. Okay. So then we're going to get our document out there. If we don't find it, we just have to. Well, it's gonna break here. I guess it would have to be an error here. Yeah, I think that's probably the safest. We'll return this as an error. I will say try, because this function doesn't really know how to handle the error, so it has to move it up. And so we have the document. Now we want to get the texture, so that means we need, yeah, I mean, we just return yeah, texture document. So this would be request document again. So we need to load in, and we know that this should be one second. I'm just gonna check. What does this return? Yeah, it returns nullable document. So we know it exists since, yeah, the content has to be loaded at this point. So we're just gonna switch, and if it's anything other than an entity type, that's like an error. Maybe I'll add a convenience function for that actually. So we'll do request document type something path. So it's gonna be the like request texture, except it returns whatever type you want to put there. Well, the type. Well, I guess this could also be field enum or document tag, yeah. Document tag. So that's the tag. And then this would return the tag. This, I want this to be time, because I want to be able to use it in the return type here. So There is some meta thing that you can use. Let's see if I can find it. So Zig. Yeah, tag payload. So we've got a union enum here. So this is the tag. Moved event. So this is the inner part, I think. Yeah. So that's the payload, but we don't want the... Well, I guess we do want the payload since we don't really care about the outer structure. Yeah, the payload should be good. So let's actually do that. Let's do... Remember to hide this. Tag payload of... What was it? So the first one is the... Yeah, this is document content. And then document... No. This is going to be tag. I think. Yeah. Yeah, my formatter is currently not working. I need to really fix that. The LSP is acting up. It really hurts productivity sometimes, but yeah, I should fix it for the next one. Okay, so request document type, standard meta type payload. Yeah. So we basically do this. Make this null. It can also maybe even be error. Like if we find a document, but the document is not document tag not matching, something like that. So let's say we request a document, we get the document out. Then we do switch on content, and if it's the tag, then we return. I think you will have to do this. Yeah, I mean this is comp time known, so that should be good. Yeah, hopefully it works anyway. Otherwise, we will return an error, which is the document not matching. And if we don't find a document, we return null. So actually, let's just do this. Request document path or else return null. Then we can get rid of this. Okay, I want to do that here as well. So actually this would be return, yeah, an error as well. So this would be return self request document type path, and then the tag is texture, and then this is just gonna be get texture, and we need to add a try there, because the thing is, yeah, these functions are called like from the layout, and it's gonna be like an infinite loop if we put some error handling in here. So that won't really work that well unless we put more state in these things. Like let's say a document has like an error state, and it would maybe, if we go in here and we see that, oh, that document has an error already, so we don't really need to do anything or something like that. But I think we need to add these error cases here. So if you don't find a document, we return null. If the type is not matching, that's like an error, so we return this error here. If we find it and the document type matches, we return the content of that document with the correct type. Okay, so what now? Yeah, so now we need to change a bunch of places, and this would be infinitely easier if we could have the LSP working. Maybe it's worth it to just fix it just for that. But anyway, now we can change it to type, and we can put the type in here. So now we want this to be an entity type document. If it's not, then we want to it's gonna throw an error. But now we don't actually need to do any of that, what I was planning to do in there. And we get the texture out, which, I mean, we could just do return. We could just do request texture, actually. And then this would be, let's see, enter type document, and we should have like get texture file path here. Oh, it's nullable as well. So if it doesn't have a texture, then we can just return, I guess we have to return null here. Okay, so this is now have to be nullable as well. And then if we have it though, we can just request it and return the texture there. Okay. Well, now there was works here, but right. Well, it all makes sense, you know, in the end to have it like this anyway. I mean, we have to have it like this. But it also means that everywhere where we're using this now, we have to fix this as well. So for the source rect, we need to do the same thing. We need the context. And then we do the same thing here. We don't need the texture though. We can just return the document and yeah, we have get grid position, get tile size, so let's get those. Cell size, I mean. Okay. And then we'll return a rectangle. Now did this, I guess we'll find out if it accepts floating point or whatever. These grid position and cell size are integers. Otherwise we would have to transform them. But X for rectangle is gonna be grid position times the cell size. So this would actually be this, and then we can use that. But then we can also go ahead and make this into a floating straight away. And then we have rect size is going to just be the cell size. Okay. So now instead of this being hard-coded, it's actually grabbed from the document which you have edited yourself in the editor. Great. And here I also have size. I guess it's kind of redundant, because we already have, well, whatever. Let's just add it. I mean, it's gonna be the same thing. We also need context. It's gonna be the same thing, except we just want the cell size, and we can just return that. Actually, this needs to be a vector 2. Would be really nice if you can get to like a SIG version of Raylib or something that works with vectors instead of Raylib vectors. We would get rid of a lot of this boilerplate stuff. Maybe that would be a nice also project once we have a bunch of other stuff in place, like making a render thing. Just a very simple one, or just use one maybe that exists. I know that I saw some people working on in the Discord there, some Reddit or render stuff. Okay, so yeah, so now we have the cell size and all that. Draw entity as well. This we can probably just use custom here as well. That would have the exact same logic here. What's this? Oh yeah, it's the thing where while we're dragging, I think. Yeah. Also now this needs to have context. Okay. Also, now this one, yeah, we need to try this. So this actually can error. And I guess it can also be a null. Yeah. So if it's null, then this would also be null. Return null. Yeah, I guess that's what it has to be. It's gonna be the same for all of these, actually. What about the texture? I mean, I guess we're just returning it, so that's fine. Okay, and then the size is also the same thing. This needs to be... I'm not sure if we actually use this, to be honest. Oh, we are in utils, okay. Yeah. I mean, because you can also always get the source rectangle and get the size from the rectangle instead of do this. Have like this separate thing, because all the sizes are all the same here. So we should probably just do that instead. Whatever, let's just not worry about it for now. Let's focus on this one thing, because there's a lot of changes that needs to be made in order to make this work here. Return null. Okay, so now those return null there. And so what happens now here, when we try to draw something and we get an error here, I think what we want to do is we just want to like go like if you catch an error, that's the first thing we want to return. We can also get a null, then we also return. And the same thing for the texture. So yeah, my LSP is not working, so I can check the types here. But yeah, the idea is, well, the first thing that can happen is the error. If you look at the type here, first thing is the error, then comes the nullable, and then is you get the content. So I'm catching first, and then I'm doing or else here. But if we have both of those, then it's good. Yeah. we should do the same thing here. So catch return or else return. There. And we don't need to clean up anything. Nothing really has happened here. Okay, so good. Now let's go where this is used in utils and in scene. Right, so here we actually also bad stuff can happen. So if we don't find this, we're gonna continue. Same thing there. And we'll just do the same thing for everything here. I guess technically we could show an error maybe, but it's gonna be infinite loop, so it's like maybe we can have like a text, like a texture failed to load, like default thing. I don't know. But this code is not gonna last anyway. We're gonna remove this code anyway, so because it's like a hard code entities stuff. Okay, so here we have grid position to entity position. So I think I'm just gonna cheat this out here. The entity size, if we don't get an entity size, do we want to default it to like the tile size? Perhaps. Because I don't think this function is going to be called in a context where this would actually fail. But if it does, let's just return the tile size. And also in the case of an error, or I mean a null, we also do tile size there. Okay. Do we have it? Yeah, we have it here as well. So this is like get entity rect. Where is this used? Utils. Right, so it is used a bunch of places. Okay. Well, I mean, I guess it's the same thing here. If we don't get it, then we can use this. Tile size. Okay. Now if I press run, it's gonna complain somewhere. Guaranteed. Scene document 156. Use of undefined undeclared identifier custom. Oh, it's gonna be dot custom. Okay, context 445. Undeclared identifier document content. Should exist in lib. Undefined identifier document tag not matching. Right, so it has to be context error dot, I think. Expected type this, found type info tag type. Right, so now, yeah, so how do you access with, if you have a tag, how do you access the underlying thing? I guess you could use... Wait. I'm stupid. I can do this. So this is the content. And we just return that. Okay. Request document type in 6. Okay. What is happening here? No field or member function named get texture in type info. Consider using try. Okay. Oh, so is it like this? Oh yeah, and also this could be a null, so we have to say content is this. Now we're gonna try and then or else return null. Expected found. Okay. So first, so itself is context, comp type tag there, and then path. Which one is he talking about? C? I thought that this was a... Yeah, it is a... It is that. Why is it complaining? Oh, it's just a field enum. Oh, so we actually need more information here. Okay. Right. Okay. Well, it's not a problem. It's only a problem in this place, I think. No, not this. Yeah. Well, not this place. Where was it? Yeah, here. So here, draw entity, we actually get the entire entity here. The draw entity X, it's supposed to work with only the tag. because we don't want to create the whole entity for it. However, if it's a custom entity, then we actually need more information. So maybe we could just put, I mean, will it actually matter though? It's gonna always be like custom or exit entrance. Okay, you know what? I'm gonna do I'm just gonna say I'm gonna do this for now. And man, I'm not sure actually. Let's just return null here. Oops. Okay. Yeah, it's gonna be the same here. Actually, this has the entire type, so it's not actually the same. Animation. Okay, let's fix this a little bit. So I want texture file path. It's gonna be get texture file path or else return. And then texture. No. Request texture. And here we do catch return or else return. There we go. So what's the what was the issue? Okay, so now that's no issue. Right, because we changed request texture, that's right. So what's going on here? This is the frame window, that's right. And here's each frame. I think what I want to do is probably just I want to break this out into a function. So draw frame. Because then we can do the same thing here. We need that, and also the frame. What's this? Animation grid size? Oh. What was the animation? Unused. Well, I guess let's do that. Okay. 218. Oh yeah, so we need to catch return. Okay, layout entity type now. We're moving forward. Right, so let's do the same thing here. Texture file path. Okay. Should maybe just make it into an error, perhaps. Okay. Now, I think I'm just gonna skip custom here because we don't have it here anyway, so I'm just gonna add it to the end here, like katana. Yeah. Right, and now I think it's, wait, what's the issue? What's the error first? Expected type found layout animal. Expected. Yeah, it wants an entity type. I mean, I guess we could. Where is it? Here. I guess we could do this to make it more correct. Maybe better error messages here. I guess you had to do that, maybe. So from what I understand, like anonymous objects or anonymous struct types still exist, but they are more like rigid, I think, in 0.14 versus 0.13. So maybe in the older version you could do that, but now you can't. I don't know. But anyway, I just know there's some difference there. Scene.zig 245 expected node found type of null. Wait, I'm pretty sure that the type of this is a nullable. Yeah. So I mean, we don't need this to be really a reference. We can just change it on the SS library itself. And now we don't need to do this weird thing here. Yeah, I'm not even sure we need to do this. Can you do this as well? I'm not sure if it coerces it here. But now here instead we can say SS library.drag payload is equal to null. Okay, layout utils 23 expected to argument. Right, so this one actually needs the context now. That's true. And yeah, we can just pass it in here. Oops. Sure. Yeah, we have it there as well. And then that one. Okay. Well, what's that? What happened? There we go. Use of undeclared. Alright, so we need context here as well. Okay, scene document 95. Document found constant. Okay. So the entity type document. Which one is that? The document that here. This one here. Whoops. This one returns. Oh, I think this should return the pointer maybe to it, perhaps. It is weird that this get cell size is like a mutable, but we should really, well, it expects a mutable, but we should, this, I think this should really return like a pointer maybe, because I think this one returns a pointer. Yeah, so let's return a pointer here, and we will grab the pointer out there. There we go. Yeah, so now that should work, I think. Layout videos 23. Incompatible types, Rayleigh vector. Oh. Okay. Let's do default entity size is equal to Rayleigh, and we'll just say tile size 0, tile size 1, and it has to be float from int. Go back here, and instead of doing config.tile size, we use default entity size. Expected 2 arguments. Right, we need context. Basically always need context. Context. Did we fix everything? Oh, okay. Right. So, did this work now? No. Okay. Oh, we got. Is this a leak? Yes, we got a leak. Name, init, new entity type. Okay. Right. So this would happen in the scene layout somewhere. Is it from the, where is it? Some kind of request document, I think. Maybe. Where does this come from? Why is the end? Why is it ending here? Okay, So it's either gonna be this one. There's the entity type. It's a document. Right, it's when we clone it. So it's when we load the document. The thing is, okay, so let's go to document generic. So we have this generic procedure when loading a document. So first we're loading with the JSON, and then we get this sort of weird object from the JSON reader that we immediately like deinitialize because it has the memory is weird. So we basically just clone it to have full control of the sort of memory thing, but then it's wait. Oh, so we initialize. Okay. Yeah. So when we clone it, we clone like a thing version that is allocated with a JSON parser. So then we shouldn't really call deinitialize on that instance. But when we clone here, we actually create a new entity type init in this init function. Here we actually allocate a name, so, and that name, that's just removed here. We need to deallocate the name, or we can initialize this maybe in another way. I mean, you could probably just set this to undefined. We don't really need to initialize it like this. Yeah, since we're copying everything anyways. Let's just do that. Okay, hang on, I'm getting a call. Alright, I'm back. Okay, so I think this should be fine then in that case. Let's see. So let's go through the same procedure. We're trying to create something and now we don't get the leak. Okay, good. So why is it not creating anything? Right, we have this long named function. This one is supposed to handle when we release the left mouse button and we have a drag payload from the assets library. and yeah, we're requesting a document somewhere, I believe, maybe. Here we're just creating with the custom, like, yeah, that's the file name of the entity type. Yes. So maybe the entity actually does exist. Let's try this. Maybe it just doesn't show up as a thing. Yeah, it is here. Okay. So, yeah, so we're not drawing it. Let's go to draw entity. Where do I have this? Here. I think because this doesn't work, I think we need a separate function for custom. And we're just gonna get the entity type document from that. So request document type, entity type, C. Okay, and if something goes wrong, we don't do anything, and if we don't get the thing, we return. Okay, so that's that. Then we want to get, oops, the texture is going to be request texture. The file path is also can be nullable, and if we don't get that, we return. We might, yeah, it would be good if we had like some sort of default text, like fail texture, so that something shows up. But now we have the texture file path. The texture goes there. Texture file path goes in there. We get the texture out. And if everything goes well, we now have basically, yeah, we have everything we need. So let's draw. And we need the source rectangle, the destination rectangle. So we need the position. Let's also grab the origin there as well. Scale is there. Destination needs position and source. So the only thing we need now is source, which is, yeah, it exists on, let's see, where was this? Get source. Yes, this here. Whoops. Document's gonna be entity type. Grid position, cell size, and this is the source. There we go. Formatter is not working, but this should now be able to draw the custom entity. Got some errors. Entity type. duplicate, custom from there. Okay, so let's drag in this guy, and there we go. We got this entity here. Okay, cool. So we can drag in entities from the assets library now. And we got some other entity there. Now it would be cool if they, well, for one, if the entity actually shows up as you drag it, as it does for this one. Also, if we could see sort of the graphics when we show it here as well. So that's going to be like an upgrade in the assets library. Let's actually do that, because I think that's probably... Oh, we got a leak again. Let's just fix this real quick. Oh, this one again. Drag payload. Okay. So here, this one is not cleaned up. It should be. Was it not cleaned up because we deleted it? So if we do this, no, it still leaks. What if we delete it? No, still leaks. Because the thing is, we're taking over. It's kind of, we have the payload, right? And it's putting it in the scene entity here. So this kind of takes it over, you could say. And yeah, so this one is simply, yeah, it just takes it over. So now this one has the, like, the ownership of the data, and it gets put in the scene document itself. So the cleanup should happen there. Why? How many of these do we have? Oh, it's happening like an insane amount of times. Do I have to check if we have a drag payload already? What if we do this? That won't leak, okay. But this one does leak. A whole bunch of times, okay. I don't think we got this before, so that's why I'm a bit confused. Maybe I didn't pay attention when we actually dragged in stuff. Okay, so I guess we could maybe just check. It's weird that it would go in here multiple times. And I'm not even sure why I have this set to true. I'm not sure what this does. But anyway, if we have a payload, it's a pointer to a nullable. Then, well, if we don't, if it is null, then we do this. Okay, now we don't leak. It still works, it still creates the thing. Yeah, okay. Cool. I didn't know that you had to do that. I mean, it works the same way here. Well, I guess here we don't actually create something new though. But if we put a log here, alright, we need argument there. So now that should like spam that, right? Yeah. Okay. Well, that's good to know. Like, okay, so, but why would it go in there like all the time? But it seems to keep the same data though. It seems like, because if I go over here, it doesn't like change to this node now. It still keeps, yeah, okay. Well, anyway, what now? So, yeah, okay. Yeah, I wanted to add so that we can see what entity types without having to like read the thing, so we can see an image of it. That's right. So let's go. Assets manager. And we have somewhere here are all the nodes. Should probably put this into a separate function, like node menu or something. Or node yeah, I mean, we need the context, assets library. Yeah, so context, and the node. Now it's a little bit more like manageable there. Okay, so here's the thing, the square that you saw in the list, the assets manager list. And so here is the actual selectable. I should do. Yeah, so it's basically if you double click on the selectable, it's gonna like open it. Is this part here? But the selectable. So what we need to do is like draw on top of the selectable, I think, because that's how I've done it before. And it's either that or have the selectable on top of the thing, I think. So what I usually do is you have a cursor position. So I want to save the cursor position. So we're gonna get the cursor position. Okay, and then when we're done, we're gonna restore the cursor position. Let's actually call this like selectable position. There, because that's the spot where the selectable was supposed to be rendered. So we restore that, and then afterwards we can continue what we were doing. So the cursor position is where ImGui will draw the thing, the next like item in the UI. So we also have RL ImGui image rect. So RL ImGui is like a Raylib ImGui integration, and it's a C library, and we can call this function, and we need a texture, which is a Raylib texture, and then we also need to provide the size of the destination, because the position is already, we already know the position. And then we also need to provide the source rectangle that we grab from the texture. And the size is gonna be the same as icon size. So let's put that there. We'll see if we need to like convert them to floats or ints or whatever. And then we also have the source rectangle. So the source rectangle, well, we need the texture and the source rectangle now. So actually, we only want to do this also if we actually have a something to draw here. So I think what I want to do is I want to do like a node draw icon. Okay, function here. So we'll make a node draw icon function. Just make it easier to work with here. So we need the context and the node. Okay. So what we need to do is we need the texture, which, yeah, just like that. And then we also need the texture file path. And we need the entity type document. There we go. And we need also the actual file name here, which is gonna be node.file.path. So the thing is, if the file path is not, if the node is not a file, then we also should like return. So if node is equal to file, or if it's not equal to file, it's return. Okay. So we get the entity type from that, if it is an entity type, that is. So here's also another thing. So we want to switch on, because it can be any type of node. It can be a texture or animation. I guess if it's a texture, you can also show like a mini version of it. Also an animation, I guess you can also sort of show. I guess you can also have like icons, like default icons for these things as well. But yeah, so we're gonna check on node.document type, I think it's called. And if it's an entity type, then we want to do the thing that we are doing here. Then actually, yeah, we get the texture. We also need a source rectangle. We could do this. We could do texture and source. We could get it from this expression here. And do that. And so if this is a, I guess we could do a function instead as well. Node get icon. So this would be a tuple. Well, okay, let's just make node icon. This is struct. Texture and source rectangle. Okay. I guess this is a pointer, I think, or is it a pointer? I don't remember. Well, whatever. So this would return an icon, and we need the node. And so we can basically do this here. But we don't do this, we don't do that. We can simply do, let's do a nullable. So if we don't find anything, we're gonna say null. I guess we have an else here, return null. Okay, but if we have an entity type, then, sorry about the clap. I usually don't do that. Let's see. Yes, then we do these things here. Okay, and then we return texture is equal to texture and source is equal to source, but we don't have the source yet, but we're gonna have it. So now we actually, if it's not a file, we return. If the, wait, is it dot file? I think it's dot file document node, actually. Yeah, so this is a file node, actually. Okay. Yeah, that makes sense. We don't need that. Okay. Yeah, so then we can also do a switch, I guess, here. We can say switch on node, and if it's a file, we get the file, and we do the icon. We get the icon, node get icon, I guess it should be called get node icon. And we need, we actually need to pass in context as well. And we'll pass in file, and it doesn't need to be a mutable. And we need the context. Okay. Now we have the icon, but if we don't get the icon, we just return. Because then there's nothing to show. And if we do get the icon, we can do texture. Oh yeah, we do need adds a pointer because we're doing a pointer cast here. Okay, and then the source, yeah, it's just icon.source. Okay. Okay. So now we if it's else, we can show a directory icon or whatever. But I'm just gonna say, well, actually, let's do directory. But yeah, we don't do anything because we don't have a directory icon. Okay, but if we do get the icon here, yes. So for entity types, we grab the texture. We also need the source rectangle. And what is the source rectangle? So the source rectangle is going to be, if we go to scene here, draw entity. Here, it's going to be this part. I mean, I guess we could just call draw entity. Maybe. Where is it? Here? But this is not gonna use the, this is gonna use RL draw rectangle thing. So it doesn't work with raylib. Or, I mean, ingui. But we probably should have like convenience functions for getting all this stuff. But anyway, let's not worry about that for now. Let's get this working first. Okay, so now we have the texture, we have all this stuff. So we have the entity type, so we have the grid position, cell size, rect position, rect size, and the source rectangle. We will put that in there. So we should have everything we need now to show the icon. Yeah. So what we're doing here, we added these things. So when the selectable is supposed to be drawn is up here. So we get the cursor, the current position, cursor position. We draw the icon where the thing is supposed to be drawn. Oh yeah. Actually, we need a size. We need like a maximum size. Because yeah, we don't have icon size, so we actually need like maximum size here. Or maybe it's gonna be skewed, or not skewed, but I mean, it's either gonna be cropped or scaled. So let's just put icon size there. And I believe this is a floating. Oh, it's just a number. I guess we can put the constant out here instead. So we don't need to worry about this for now. We don't really have different sizes anyway. Okay, there we go. So this, I believe this is gonna scale it if it's not matching the same size. Oh, we got some compile errors. 59. Use of undeclared node. Okay. Pretty sure it should be there. Okay, so there's something missing here. Spacing. We could call it maybe icon spacing or node spacing, maybe. I think node spacing. Undeclared. Oh yeah, we need to import C. Root source file struct GUI as no member. Set GUI. What? Wait, 82. Set current. Okay, not current cursor position. Expected type node icon found void. Right, so we should return null. No field get texture file path in. Wait. I thought it's talking about this. Get texture file path. But yeah, and I see that it says that it's like a nullable pointer. But I am saying or else here. Maybe. Do I need to do this? Yeah, okay. Okay, so this one is apparently also. Yeah, you need to wrap it. Okay, so if you just return, it works. If you return null, you have to wrap it in a parenthesis. Okay. There we go. Now you can see you can see these things here. They are weirdly scaled, but at least you see what it is. So that's great. Makes it a lot easier to add it, and the selectable sort of ends up on top of this, and you can still, yeah, you can still drag them in like this. Okay, cool. Great. I think I want to improve the assets manager a little bit as well, like being able to organize this a little bit, like adding directories, moving things in there, selecting multiple, like selecting at all. We can't select stuff yet, and then moving things into directories. The thing with that is, like, since we have reference to other files in basically like most, like in the scenes reference like time maps and now even entity types. So that means that whenever you move something, we have to check like basically all references that goes to that thing and update those, like the location of those things. Unless we use the ID instead and then build like some sort of index where those IDs can be found. So you sort of scan all files and build an index with the IDs, and then the ID is mapped to a file location, and then you can more quickly look up references and update the references when you need to. But that's gonna be a whole thing that you need to do if you want to be able to do that without breaking a bunch of references. Okay. Okay, so what now? I guess we could make this work with the game as well. So let's see if we remove these, because they are created with the other hard-coded thing that we had before. But now let's just add a bunch of these and we'll save it. Let's just see if we can save and load again here. Yeah. So now these are custom entities that has a file name in them. So the game actually has to load the file name, the data for that custom entity, and look at the key for that entity, and then it can know what type of entity it has to create. So if we go to the game code and we look at the scene data structure, we have an entity here, and the type can now be a custom entity, which is gonna be just this. Okay. So what happens now? Do we have any compiler errors? Switch on handle possibilities. Yeah. So now we have here. Yeah. So basically, we could. Yeah. So this one is like when we spawn something. We probably want the same kind of resource system as the editor has, because now we need to like load in more things to make this work, and we don't really want to load in like for each entity that has this type. We don't want to load in the file again each time you want to spawn it. So for this scene, it's gonna be spawned like 4 times. So we need to have somewhere where we store the entity types. I think we just load in all the entity types maybe in the start and just keep them in a list by key, and then you can look them up. like just like a hash map. Yeah. Yeah, we have the registry. We could put a entity type container in the registry. I mean, what you could do also is like store, instead of just storing the file name, you can also store the key directly here. So you don't actually have to load in the entire file, because the file is basically not, you don't really need any data. We don't really need any data right now. We only need the key basically to know which thing you want to spawn. However, we do want to load in the future when we have more like if we have like more advanced custom entities like properties and stuff. You do probably want to load that in and do some stuff with that. But right now we're only interested in the key basically. Yeah. Okay, but it's not that hard to actually add a container, so I think I want to do that though. Here's the texture container. Let's go to game and see. Where is that? In it? Where do we add the things? Oh, here's the time map container. Oh, this is just a hash map. I want to go to the definition of this thing. Container. It's over here. No, I want to go over here. Okay. So that's the time map container. Let's make a one for entity type container. And this would have, I mean, I guess entity types. Which we don't really have something for, but let's create it. Okay. Okay. And yeah, so let's just go here and we'll go to our entity type document. Persistent data. So this is basically what we're gonna have. We're gonna have texture path, grid position, and cell size. Okay. And yeah. So that's what we're gonna read in from, well, the path doesn't need to be zero terminated in this case. Well, actually, maybe it does, because we're gonna use raylib to load it in, actually. Yeah. Makes sense. So now, yeah, so this is a container. So it's basically a hash map from strings to this entity type. And it doesn't need to be a pointer, I don't think. No. Let's remove that. Then yeah, so then we wanna wait. We have it here, yeah. So we're gonna add this here. Now this is a oh. Right, I have this convenience. Okay. No, this is from types. That's right. There we go. Okay, so now we have that. Over here. And we're initializing it. It doesn't really have a... Oh yeah, because it's a hash map. That's right. Okay, so... yeah, now we have that. We want to initialize... I mean, we basically want to load in all the entity types. So that's a thing also, like we need to scan the project either, like before we have this indexing feature, we need to basically scan the entire directory for all the entity types. And then, I mean, I guess we could build an indexing feature if we're gonna need it anyway. Because then we can just load in the index and we can look for all the entity types and load them in from that. Let's just scan the file system for now. So what is this? Right. I'll just probably just put a like a load function in here. Yeah, I'll just put a load function in here, load entity types, and we probably just need the registry here or the game. Okay, I was just checking if we had it there. Okay, so we get the game, and yeah. Right, so what we want to do is we want to, well, we need the project directory as well. We don't have that right now, so we actually need to have that somewhere. Like, what's the like, okay, so that's gonna be like hard coded for now, because we have, this is hard coded right now. We're gonna have like a project directory and we're just gonna set this to this. Okay. And yeah, we're just gonna put this in here. This is gonna be, yeah, it's just gonna be a string. Okay. Now we have the project directory, so we need to basically recursively scan all the files in the project directory and look for files that ends in entity type whatever. So how do we do that? Well, we need a standard library, and there is a module called fs for file system. We can open a directory which is gonna be the project directory, and then we have flags, and we want to access the subpaths, and we want to iterate, and this is for symbolic links, I think. So we don't care about that right now. So we open this, I think it's, anyway. We open this directory. Okay, and we get this directory out. Now this can end up in an error. So if it's an error, we want to catch, and we want to just log this. Error loading, opening project directory. And this is going to be the project directory, and the error, and we just return. So I think this is like a panic moment actually, but I'm just gonna let it crash somewhere else. We're gonna say that it couldn't open it. Maybe we should just crash the whole thing. Maybe this is a panic. There's a debug panic that you can use, because that will end execution, I think. Yeah. And it's a formatter, so we can have the same format there. Okay, so but we open the directory. And at the end we want to close it. Okay. Now yeah, so now we create an iterator. I think it's, what is it called? Iterate? No, not game. Directory, iterate. So there's a thing called walk. Releases allocated. Yeah, recursively iterates over a directory. So what does iterate do? So it creates an array list of stack items, and it appends a new iterator. Okay. Then it returns a stack. I don't understand. Okay, I'm just gonna use iterator. I don't understand what. So it returns this thing. Okay, let me just Google this real quick here. How are you supposed to use this? Walker.next. Oh, I see. It returns a walker, and then you have okay. It returns a walker, and then we have next here. Okay. Well, okay. I guess we can use that. Does it need to be a? So I think while walker next. The allocator, yeah, we have an allocator. No. Okay. So while this needs okay, I'm just gonna copy this logic here. Error walking. Okay, now we have the next. So each time you try this, okay, so each time you do this, you're gonna also have to catch it and stuff. I mean, okay, let's just do this then. I will do try. We'll do catch on this. Oops. It's sort of like a try catch pattern. I will do try instead. Entry. It's called entry. And then here we do try. Error reading project directory. Okay. Right, so now I think you can do this. No? What if we do this? It feels like I should really just put this in that separate function. Okay. Come on. And then we simply call this. Okay. Right, so now we get this entry. And yeah, we want to check is this a file? Then we go forward, otherwise we continue. If it's a file, we get something maybe. No, that's just a kind. We want to check the base name. Base name, yeah, that includes the extension, right? So let's check if it ends with this is base name. We want to check if it ends with entity type.json. And if that's the case, we do something, otherwise we continue. So it has to be a file, it has to end with entity type JSON. If it does, then we need to read it in with JSON. So I'm pretty sure we have like a JSON reader somewhere. Yeah, we'll just do all of this stuff. Right, so we get the file, we open the file. Actually, we use directory here, directory open file, and the path. I'm not sure if the path. So base name, description operating base name, run a path, avoiding name too long, deeply nested paths, directory remains open. So is the path like absolute or I mean, I guess it doesn't matter. If it's absolute, it's gonna work anyway. If it's not absolute, it's gonna also work. So it's gonna be relative to this, to the directory. So I think path is what we want to use. Yeah. So we open the file, we create a reader and a JSON reader. We read the data, and this is gonna be entity type, and oh, this is the leaky version, right? Let's do this, and this is like the parsed. Let's see. Hang on, so parsed. Yeah, the issue here that I'm thinking about is like the allocation and stuff for this. Because the issue is that the entity type, it has a pointer here. That's gonna be heap allocated somewhere using the allocator. And so we can't just deinitialize this result. I mean, I guess we could use maybe leaky, hope that that doesn't leak. So we don't need to do this. We can simply, yeah. So now we have the, it's, yeah, this entity type. We have it already, so and allegations made during operation are not carefully tracked and may not be possible to individual cleanup. It's not recommend. It is recommended to use an arena alligator or similar. But the thing is, like, if they don't clean up, like things like key names and everything like that. Like, the thing is, if you parse an entity type, the only thing this has that needs to clean up is this. But we can't do that ourselves. We don't need to. But if the JSON reader or the JSON parser here doesn't clean up after itself when actually parsing the thing, and that I think is like, why would that be? Like, there shouldn't be anything that it couldn't clean up itself that we need to worry about here. So this should be fine. And if it's not, then we have to do it in another way. But anyway, so now we should have the entity type, and now we just put this entity type in the container. So we need to grab the container as well. So let's just grab the container like this. Oh, we need the game. Whoops. So we want to get the entity type container. Oh no, it's in C. Okay, so we have that now, and here we say container put yeah, and here the key also needs to be handled by us, so I think we can just use entity type. Wait, we don't have a key. Hang on. Wait. Oh my god, this is just the icon. Okay, we do have more things to put in here. Okay. So we need these things as well, of course. Okay, so this is the icon, so entity type icon. We don't really need the icon though. We don't actually need the icon. I guess it would be nice for like debugging purposes. We don't actually need it though. So actually, yeah, the only thing we need is the name. And this doesn't need to be 0 time, so that's great. Okay, well, we still have something that will get allocated here. So now we have the container. We put the entity type. And here we could use ID. I think we should use name, because name is supposed to be more like a key-like thing. ID is just a generated ID, UUID. That's what we have to be able to actually uniquely identify it. But this, we should be able to just use the name here. There can be user error now where you name something the same thing as something else, but we could have add like a warning to that in the game as well. You could also make it super, like you could also just put the ID here if you want, but okay. But anyway, now this and we're managing this string, so we don't need to do anything else with that. The value is gonna just be the entity type there, and then we catch a reachable. Okay, so now we actually go through all the files recursively in the project directory, and we read all files. We look for files that end in entity type JSON. We read it in. Do we need to close this file as well? Right? This one is not even used, so that's why. No, it is used. Huh. Okay, I guess closing file handle. I mean, it's gonna happen when the program closes anyway. But it's good to close the files after, so other programs can use it. I wonder how long a program can have it open. Because I think normally modern programs just open the file and doesn't keep it open. It just opens it and reads whatever it needs for the moment, and then it lets other programs being able to use it. But anyway, so load entity types in here. Yes, so now we go through the project directory for all entity type JSON files. We read them in with the JSON reader. We parse with this, and we parse it into an entity type, and we put the result into our hash map. So now, if we call this function in the start, we should read all the things in the start and have all the entity types that we've defined in our game. So we can now go back to the init thing, and we can go to this. Let's put this somewhere here. Entity types. It's actually there. Load entity types. There we go. So now we're loading that. And what else do we need to do? So now when we create an entity, which we are doing somewhere here. Load here, create entities. should be, I mean, yeah. Like maybe this one, or we do like something else. But let's go here and see. So we're going through all the entities and we are spawning them. Right, because all these entities are basically... Well, yeah, here's the thing. So now we also have a custom. Right? And this is the file name to the thing. So what we need to do, actually, yeah, it's the file name. Maybe when we initialize the entity types, we don't store them as a key, we store them as a file name. Yeah. Well, the key should not be the name, it should be the file name. I think we need to duplicate it there though. It has to be like the file, the absolute file name as well. It has to have the same format as what we save it with as well. So this is gonna be absolute path. There's gonna be like a real path. So you can use a real path on a directory. We can allocate it. And we can say the path name is gonna be entry.path. So now we have an absolute path, and I think we should use that instead, because now we can look that thing up through that. We also need to remember to deinitialize it properly and stuff, but now we can go entity type container is equal to game registry singletons get const, I guess, entity type container. So that's that. Then we can say get, it should exist, custom. If it doesn't exist, then this will crash. So that's fine. So here we get entity, the actual entity type, or else unreachable. Okay, so here's the entity type, and then I think what we can do is we can like convert this. It's like an enum from, no, I want an enum from like a string to enum, and so I'm basically going to convert it into one of these tags and call this function again with that tag instead. Yeah. So the string is going to be entity type.name. The type is whatever type this is. Entity type. Oh, it's a name clash. Well, I think this is going to be L, not entity. No, C. Oh, is it? Wait. Scene. Ah, okay. So it's, I think it's like this. Yes. Okay. So we turn this a string into an enum here. I'm gonna say or else unreachable. And now we should get the tag that we need, and we just call this function again. Spawn here with the same stuff. Actually, except the entity. Actually, maybe I can just edit. We can do this. If the entity type is equal to custom, to do this. And then we simply say the type is equal to tag. But then this needs to be like mutable, so we'll do entity. Oops. Yeah, I mean we don't really need anything else to be. Yeah, because then, yeah, we just set the tag to something else. Then it's gonna go in here with the correct tag, and we can add custom. It's not gonna be able to be custom in this case. So custom is, I guess we can say custom unreachable just to make it proper there. Okay. Yeah. So now if the entity type, if this name corresponds to one of the tags, it's gonna convert it, and we're gonna be able to create the entity as we did before. So yeah, let's just try and start this and see if we get some errors. I need to refill my coffee cup. Yeah, I'll do that right now. I'll get some errors. BRB. Okay, so let's see. What kind of error do we get here? There's a weird space in the start there. Oh, UUID is not defined, of course. Yeah, this is from the other code base, so it's basically, I mean, it's actually going to be a string in this case, since we're reading it as a JSON. More failures. Undeclared identifier custom. Fair. Right. So custom equals to entity type custom. Whoops. expected. Okay, so this needs to be a var. What's happening now? Meta. Yeah, spawn. Okay, so something weird is happening here. Oh, it doesn't like. I think it's because some of these enums has access to union field enum while field union is like. Okay, so it expects a union. Okay, so what you could do, I think what we want to do is we want to do field enum on this to turn the type into the tagged version of that entity type. Runtime conversion for enum type of the union which has non-void fields. Okay, yeah. So this was what I was thinking about. Some of these has non-void fields, but that's not what I'm trying to do though. Yes. So actually it can't do string to enum in that case, I guess. Well, I do believe this should be possible since we're turning it into an just an enum. But where is it complaining actually? It's complaining down here. Right, because it expects them. Well, it says it cannot coerce that. What if we switch on it though? So because it doesn't know, like, I only want this to happen for these, for the types that doesn't require more information. So maybe we could make a switch. I'm just gonna try this and see if it works, but it's basically duplicating this, but well, all of these are gonna be unreachable. All right, and then we switch on the tag. So now this, it should, like, if we do inline here, or we don't need inline. Well, the idea is that it would now compilationally is that a word? Know in compile time that this tag is one of these and narrow it down, but I'm not sure if that's how it works. We need a semicolon there. Yeah, still. Oh, let's remove that line there. Yeah, it still has the issue. What if you put inline and also grab the tag out and return that? Will that work? Capture T shadows. Oh, tag That works. Okay. Well, it crashes, but it compiled at least. Great. So you can do that. I mean, I guess we have to do this. It's basically just checking if the tag is a correct type of tag, and then going ahead and spawning the thing down there. Okay, so what's the error that we get here? Error reading file, unexpected token. Interesting. Oh, so it can't read the test village.scene. Interesting. Wait, which one is? Oh, right, because we're loading like the old test scene. So now we have it's located in here. There we go. That's the new format, or the JSON files using our new format. There we go. Let's get my controller out here. Okay. So now let's go over here. I think this is where they should spawn. Oh, it crashed. By the way, do we have any leaks? No. Okay, so what's the error? Reached unreachable code. Okay, so it couldn't find something there. So let's see. Well, that's good. I mean, at least it's going in here and works, sort of. So entity. So it does find a container. The entity type is null. So let's. If it doesn't find it, let's do log error. Could not find entity type. And let's just list a whole bunch of keys after that. Existing keys. So this one would be custom. Yeah, it says custom. This is the string that it's looking for, and then we're gonna loop through all the keys. So this is gonna be the container keys. I guess we need a key iterator. It's probably easy to make it into a hash map, array hash map. Okay, there we get the key, and we're just gonna log this. And then yeah, we just exit out. Type is not indexable. Another range. What? Oh, 4. We need while. There we go. I was like, I've never seen this error message before. Okay. There we go. Get the crash as expected. Could not find. Yeah. So. Oh, it's actually not absolute. Wait. Also, here's the keys. Except it's not the keys. 2 keys. Yeah, that's right. We have 2 defined entity types. Yeah. So here's the keys, the actual keys. So yeah, so you can see it's relative, so we need to fix that. So let's go to entity type. So I thought that this function returns calculate absolute path name. So what? Oh yeah, this works. Okay. So this works. The actual data is probably the issue. So let's actually open up this guy. No. Wait, yeah, of course. Yeah, this is not the issue. I think it's the... Oh wait, it's the scene? Let's start the editor and see. This is the scene, yeah. So this is Demo Swamp Area 1. Ah, here we go. Here's the issue. So these are relative in the scene. They need to be absolute. I mean, they don't need to be absolute. We could like make it absolute in the thing as well. Okay, actually, since we're gonna replace them with IDs later on, let's not actually make them absolute for now. But in the game code, actually interpret them as relative and make them absolute. So well, actually, what we could do is make these not absolute in that case. We don't actually need this to be absolute. So let's... Yeah, it's just going to be entry path, I think, in that case. Yeah. And if it doesn't work, we're going to see what is the exact, like... thing there, because it might not include a dot slash in the beginning. Yeah, still crashes, so probably that's the issue. Yeah, here you can see we don't have... Wait, what's this? What the hell is going on? Okay, this is this seems to be some sort of memory issue. Oh yeah, because the entry path is... We need to duplicate this now. Also, we're gonna get leaks here, but yeah, this needs to be duplicated. There we go. And now we probably get that error. Yeah. So now these are correct, but this is like /. This is how it looks in the entity type file, or the scene file, I mean. So I think we just remove the /. Yeah, we can just hack it for now. We're gonna replace it later anyway. So let's just hack it, and I guess here we could just add /. There we go. Now we get them spawning correctly here. Okay, cool. Yeah, so that works. Yeah, great. It's a bit tacky here, but it's gonna be temporary anyways until we get the indexing feature up and running. That's probably gonna be one of the next projects that we're gonna do on the editor. So let's see, what did we do here? So yeah, I was gonna fill this out as well. So entities, add entity from assets library. So that's possible now. Okay. Assets manager. Where is that? Here. Drag asset. Yeah, drag and drop assets, basic functionality. So that works. I mean, it's built into ImGui, but it works. Okay. And what else do we want? We want sort of a reference system. So this is gonna be like indexing a reference. So each asset should have an ID, and assets should be indexed to an index file, and should be indexed and yeah, whatever. It should be storing all the indexes in a file, which is going to be updated each time you do some change that would update it. And with the index file, you can quickly look up indexes or references each asset referencing other assets should use the index instead. Or like the key, yeah. Or the ID. The asset ID instead. And we probably also want to store the file itself, like in the container, like the document container should use ID as keys. Okay. So, yeah. So then when you request a document, you put the ID instead of the, like the file name. And that also gets rid of the issue where you don't really need relative file names. The only place we're gonna have file names is gonna be in the index. And if the index doesn't exist, we can easily just rebuild the index. And yeah, and this is gonna also require like each time or whenever an action is made that should update the index, we update the index. So this would be like moving a file, creating an asset, I mean, moving an asset, creating an asset, deleting an asset. And also when you delete, so when you move an asset or create an asset, we don't actually have to update the references, we just update the index. But when you delete an asset, that's a different story, because if you delete an asset, what we could do is we could check if it's like referenced to other things, and if it is, we could show like a warning or something. But yeah, and if if you request a document that's missing, we could show like an error there or message there or something. Okay. Yeah, so this would be like load index on startup, save index on exit. Or just every time you do something, I guess. Update. Yeah. Is there anything other than that I'm missing? Well, I guess you could start there. I'm just trying to think like architecturally and what the possibilities are and what the sort of hinders or roadblocks would be to this system. And one major thing that I'm thinking of is like, what if the index is not aligned with the actual state of the files and stuff? Well, you could maybe just add a button somewhere that rebuilds the index from scratch. It shouldn't be that big of a deal, actually. It would just rescan the whole thing, and in the case, I guess it would only sort of happen if there's like a bug in that or something like that. Should I get started on this now is the question. I mean, it would be really nice to have, because it would enable us to move like files more easily in the project without breaking stuff, and then you can have more like a better organization in the project. Like even now, if you look at the assets manager, it's like a lot of stuff here. I guess we could, if we added like a filtering thing here, maybe we could do that. But it would be nice to have the reference stuff anyway, but it would probably be nice to add filtering here. So you could filter on like, that would be pretty easy to just add a filter on type of asset, like asset type. And maybe a search bar for searching for a name, stuff like that. I mean, adding like a little filter for asset type should be really easy. Since we already have that information in here, we could just easily add that. Filter. Search for. Okay, let's just add a filter as like a low-hanging fruit. So we could add like a bar on top here. Oh man, the LSP doesn't work here. It was so nice when it was working. I really need to make it work. Okay. Let me just Google this here. So it's gonna be like menu bar. Okay, so we have there is something called menu bar. We get menu bar. And I believe you have an if, and the in here is like gonna be the content of the menu bar, I think. Okay, so what if we do this? Will this work? Oh, it opened up a million of these. Okay. I don't see anything. So you have to have a content, I guess, maybe. Or this. Okay, there we go. Now I got this bar here. So now we can add a menu. With begin menu. Well, yeah, I guess. Hang on. Let me start it. We have this demo thing here. So this shows a whole bunch of different things that you can do. Widgets, probably. Combo, no. Tabs. I guess this is close to what we want. A list box. Or this is what we want. Combo. Okay. Okay, I'm trying. I'm trying to find document. It's so like imgui is like, yeah, it is easy to use, but when you want to do something, it's nice to have documentation. And then they say like, oh, it's self-documenting. Okay, it's not really self-documenting though in a lot of cases. Okay, yeah, I found this nice site here. Let's see. I think, yeah. So here you can see, I'm not sure who made this, if it's the people who made imgui, but it's really nice because you can basically find whatever you need and you can see the code for it as well. So here, I think this is like the combo box that we looked at. Now this is C, but it should be like the same thing you need to do. So yeah, it's just you just call combo and you have an ID or label here and the current item and then a list of items. Okay, so that's it. I wonder if you can actually put this in the menu bar, but yeah, we have, so it's gonna be combo. Oops. And let me check also zgui for combo. Yeah, so you get label and then, no wait, yeah, label and then current item. Where is it? Where's the zig? Yeah, label and then args is the struct. Oh yeah, combo from enum. Combo from enum. Let us go there. Will it go there, or do I have to scroll? $94. There we go. So a label, and then current item must be pointed to an enum value. Oh, okay. So the label is asset type filter, I guess we can call it. And then the value we need to store somewhere. I think, yeah, just the asset library. We can say asset type filter. So this would be a nullable to document tag. And we set it to null. So what if it's null? Maybe we should have like a checkbox or something. Okay, if I'm not sure if it can be nullable here actually, because there is, it's like yeah. I guess we can try. So it's going to be asset library set type filter. So I'm just gonna have a guard here. If we have it, then we get it. We show the filter. Now, how do we actually enable it? Well, we can do a checkbox. Here. Yeah. Checkbox. Which is just calling checkbox with a, okay, yeah. So it's just checkbox with a bool. So if we don't have that, we can say we want a checkbox. Well, actually we want the checkbox always, so you can disable it. So this will be a checkbox enable asset type filter. Well, yeah, okay, so this is a bool. I guess it should return a bool. Let's just set this to something. Let's just set it to so we don't have to deal with the nullable thing. Let's set it to entity type, I guess, or scene or something. Doesn't matter. Enable as type filter is a bool, and we set it to false. And then this will be enable asset type filter. If this is true, well, we don't actually care what it is. Okay, but if this, okay, if it is enabled, then we show the combo box. Okay, what's going on here? Expected found pointer. Okay, what do you expect? Label and then struct with a struct with a V. V equals to that. There we go. That's a pattern that I've seen. But wait, that's the the combo doesn't do that. But the checkbox does that. Okay. Maybe. Or yeah, this is a bool. Let's just ignore that. Okay, so it's inconsistent there. Well, okay, so now we got this checkbox. We enable it. We can now see this scene, or I mean the combo here, and we can choose any of these, or if we want to disable the filter. But we're not actually filtering anything, so now we can go to what? The list here. Yeah, here. So we want to apply a filter to these nodes here. So we're gonna say if this is enabled and the node is a file, I guess we can have an and here. Node is equal to a file, and the file has a type that is equal to or not equal to the asset type filter. Then we continue. Okay, so that's our filter there. We check if the asset type filter is on. If it's on, we check for the node type, if it's a file, and if it's not the thing. So it should go in here if the thing is a file, but if it's a directory, it will not skip. I guess that's fine. It always shows directories. I don't think anyways, yeah, because if it's a directory, then it should be false. There we go. Now we got this rudimentary sort of filtering going on. Okay. So if you're creating a scene and you want to focus on entity types, you can just filter on entity types and you can do that. So that helps a little bit with the sort of organization without having to build all of the stuff that we talked about with indexing and all that. Yeah. Cool. You can make this a little bit. Actually, I wanna improve on sort of the visual aspect here. I'm using the Imgui sort of default colors. I think if we go to main, yeah. Well, I am setting colors to dark. Oops. What if we don't do that? I think it's gonna be more bluish. Maybe? Or is it the same? It's hard to tell. Yeah, I think it's the same. Okay, but if we set it to light, how does that look? Whoa. Okay. I don't like that. Okay, but you can set colors to dark. You can also change the colors, I think. Yeah, you can set colors. Classic. How does that look? Okay. Interesting. Well, I like dark, but I want to remove sort of the blue tone of everything. And so we have set color. The index. Do we have? Yeah, so we can just choose from all of these things. It's gonna be a lot of different colors here to change, but I'm just gonna try this. And then we have a color here, the float. So is it 0 to 1 or? Yes. And I'm guessing the first three is like RGB and then alpha. Yeah. And if you set, let's say we set alpha to 0.2, will it shine through in the background and stuff? Yes. Okay. Yeah, we need a little bit more. Let's do like, I don't know, 0.6. Okay. It's not that much different from the default, I guess. But I want to change sort of these blue tones here. We have main menu, we have buttons, checkboxes. So there's a lot of things. Button. This is gonna be just like a dark. Oh, that's bright. I'm just gonna try something here. Gray. I mean, it's kind of looking like it's disabled almost. The buttons. I mean, if they are all gray, maybe it works. But it's cool. So now you can change the colors and styling and stuff, so it doesn't have this default feeling to it. I'm just thinking of what theme I want to have. Okay, we'll just try adding a hint of green. Okay. And what else? Hover. So let's do a little bit brighter. Yeah. Maybe a little bit more. So we'll increase everything a bit here. Yeah. Yeah. Cool. And here we have like selectables. So selectables. Separator tab. I'm not sure what this would go under. We probably want to have the same thing for all of these. Plot lines. Resize. Scroll bar. Header. Okay, let's see if we covered it. Yeah. Cool. All right, and then we have we have this like combo boxes. We have the whatever this is, title bar, or what's it called? BG, frame BG, child BG. So I think title, I want to also like add a little bit of color there, so I think I want to have it the same as the bottom. Wait, I thought that was okay. Frame, maybe. Menu. No, not the menu. It's gonna be like, I thought it would stay. Or maybe header. No. Okay, I'm gonna see if this site will help me. So here we got like the style editor. So you go to configuration and then style, and then enable the style editor. So here you can see this. I guess you can also dock it here. So we got colors. Different fonts. Frame rounding. Oh, I see. Oh, that's cool. So this is a frame, I guess. So the frame is like all these boxes. I see. Oops. Frame border, pop up. Border, window border. Okay. Yeah, here we go. Here's the colors. So these are, I guess they are frames. Yeah. So, but what about this? It's not title. It wasn't header, right? Header is like this. Okay, that's weird. Tab. Oh, that's just that, the tab. Which one would the sort of window title or window like this thing be? I mean, it's one of these blue ones. Which one's this? I don't know. Maybe it's active frame. No. Oh, maybe this one. Okay, so it's title active. Okay. So it's gonna be title, yeah, the active one. There we go. Okay. And I think this is frame. Probably wanna lower the brightness on that a little bit. Wait, what happened? Oh, I forgot to close the program. No, it's not frame. So which one was it? I just frame background. Combo. Oh, did it reset? Save. If we go over here, yeah. So it is the frame background, right? But this one's different. So that's header, I think. Okay, there we go. And then when you click on it, it changes. Okay. This should probably be Like, I'm not sure which one it is. I think it's separator, maybe. Whoops. I didn't see anything. Okay, well, I'm gonna try. I want to find like the hover of selectables. So I'm gonna check if it's this one. No. Plot lines, no. Is it header? Header hovered? Yes, okay. Header hovered. We're gonna put a little bit of transparency on that. So there, now you can see the thing behind there. Okay. Okay. Check mark can be dark. Or light. It can, I guess it can be white as well. Yeah, and I did like the sort of frame, that like the border round thing. Tab rounding. Oh, we got a whole bunch of these. So what? So if we look at this and we do frame rounding, it's like this, 12, maybe like 5. Wait, tab rounding. No. Frame rounding. There you go. So now, okay, this one is round. This one is not round. This is round now. This is round. Okay. The buttons are round. It's like you wonder, like, okay, what do you mean by frame? It's like a bunch of random elements that now are round. We have window. Sure. We have child round it. Which one would that be? Frame. I mean, I guess everything. Oops. I guess maybe a child window or something like that. Grab. Frame, tab, window, scroll. Sure, let's just do everything here. Pop up. These are still not round, but whatever. Okay. Great. You can also do stuff here as well. Oh, You can remove the cursor if you want. I guess if you temporarily want to hide it, go into like a view or something. Yeah, so there's a whole bunch of stuff you can do. What's this? Guess it fails. So here you can dock. Now we enable docking. That's actually really nice. Like whenever we have more complicated UI, it's really nice that you have like built-in docking stuff. So and be able to like enable different widgets and stuff. That's actually a huge win to actually use this library, because you get a lot of those nice things for free, and it also saves your sort of configuration. So when you open the program again, you're gonna open it with the same config. Okay. So we don't want that. I don't think we have this. I don't really know what that is. Okay, we got, if we have tables, we have widgets. Oh. Oh, I see. I actually kind of like it being in the middle. That's nice. I don't know. What would be the best? Let's just keep it like that. Doesn't really matter. Just fun to like poke around and see what's available here. Oh, now you can change the menu position there. Color button. Okay, button text, you can change the alignment there. Separator text alignment. Okay, interesting, it goes like all the way to the right. That seems like a bad thing. Also, why are those separators? Now here's, oh, it's selectable. Like, why does it go all the way over to the right? Yeah, okay, whatever. So, great. Yeah, so we changed the styling a little bit, so it looks a little bit less, you know, defaulty. So I just wanted to do that. Okay. Yeah, and I don't really care about fixing this styling for this one right now, so we'll just keep it as it is here. Okay, so I think yeah, let's go back to do. So yeah, I think the next thing, I do want to work on that indexing, because that really will lay a really nice foundation for being able to reference different things. So I think that's the next project on this. Where am I? here, yeah, so we have the filter. I'm not gonna add a search bar right now, we don't really need it right now. Multiple documents. I mean, we do have this already. Yes. No, we don't have that. Oh, I see. Well, we don't really need it. Let's just remove this whole thing. Yeah, it's the under redo. We basically put that on hold. It's a tough thing when you're working with time apps. Yes. Hitbox of entities. Okay, let's remove this. It's very specific. Okay, so anyway, yeah, the references stuff. Do we complete something here or? No. Yeah. So references. Yeah. I really want to build this thing. I mean, it's going to be pretty simple. So it's basically just going to be like a hash map of, because we want to have a version of this that's in the memory and then a version that's in the file. And so the version that's in the memory is basically just going to be a hash map of strings to, yeah, these IDs to the file, which is going to be relative to the project. So the index file is going to be in the root of the project or in some sort of, I guess, cache folder or something. And then you're going to have each asset is going to have an ID. How do we do with textures? We probably need a JSON file for textures in that case. Or textures could be an edge case of just being a relative file. But that would introduce issues when moving the texture and stuff. Yeah, I think the texture also needs to be like indexed and have an ID. The problem is if you remove the index file, we need to store the ID somewhere else in order to know what the ID actually is. So I want to have the index file be fully reconstructible from the other files that are in the project. So there's going to be texture JSON files that simply points to a relative texture file, or it could be, I guess it could be absolute as well for now, and then we move it to relative because all my textures are in another folder. And then the texture, the texture document would have the ID, which all assets are going to have, or all documents are going to have, and just the file path to the texture, because then it's going to be stored there, and when you rebuild the index is going to take the ID from that file. We might be able to, no, I was thinking if we could have a hash or something from the image file, but it's gonna change if you update the texture, so that won't work. You can store like custom data in images, but yeah, that's too much of a hassle. Yeah, so this also, we need assets. All assets require a JSON file that includes the ID textures. Which is it's good also, because then the textures are not gonna be separately, like it's not like right now textures are actually handled in a different way. If we go, we have texture document, but it doesn't really have any persistent data. And also, if we go to here, we have this special case thing. It's not deserializable. So this basically means that we're telling the system that we're not dealing with any JSON file. So we're gonna remove this special case if we turn this into a JSON file. So it's actually gonna make the code easier to work with by adding that thing, by making textures have a JSON file attached to them. In this case, I guess I should say. Generic, because we're handling this here. Deserialize. Wait, where is it? Here. It is used here. So it's checking here if it's serialized. If it's deserializable, we deserialize the file. If it's not, then it's just a file that we want to get access to, and we load the contents of the file. And then that file is gonna, it's loaded in like this with raylib here in this case. So it's like a special kind of handling. We're still gonna have to have this load, but now we can we don't actually need this special case in here anymore. So we would remove this branch here, and that's good. Should we move on to making this index thing? Asset index, maybe. So it's, I mean, it's basically just gonna be let's make a string array hash map, and it's gonna be I mean, it's just gonna be a string here, and the string do we need it to, we don't, I don't think we need it to be, wait, do we really need the asset index in memory? We have the document container already. But the yeah, we have the document container, which includes, well, we have a key, and then we have it includes also the file name. So we actually, the asset index, we don't really need to keep anything here because we already have. But okay, I guess the difference is that the asset index should have everything in it. The document container does not have everything in it. It only has the things that you've opened up. Right. So we probably need this. So this is gonna be a hash map from the asset ID to the asset location in the project, like the relative file name to the project directory. And you can actually have it empty here. But also we want to load it as well. Well, okay. So we need to have a load or functions that loads it from the file system. And we need a directory here. Let's check context. We have restore session. So this is kind of where when you first launch the editor, we call this function to restore the editor to, like, if you had an editor open, when you close the editor, it will open the same editor for you. So we read in a bunch of things. Right, so we're gonna have like a project here. We're gonna have like a project here. So our thinking is, like, do we have the directory open or not? Should we pass in a directory? But I think we should just pass in the the name, or the absolute path to the directory. So project directory, and it will return an asset index. I guess you could do. I guess we can do this as well. Okay. So we're gonna assume the project directory is as absolute. We're gonna grab this. Whoops. We need to iterate, or, well, actually we're gonna have two things happening here. So let's do some top-down programming here. So either we are going to have an existing index, load existing index. If we don't, well, if we have, okay, so if this, so let's say it returns true if it found an existing one, then we just return. If it didn't find one, then we will rebuild the index. Okay. So let's make this function. And this will simply load it as a thing. I'm just gonna make it like a JSON file, probably. Or yeah, I mean it can be simply a JSON file, which is just an object that has a bunch of keys mapped to other strings. That should be fine. So we should make a asset index JSON. I'm not sure. There's probably a way to do it with hash map. I'm just not gonna deal with that. So this is gonna be. Wait. How would you do that? So there are like you can do this. You can have like a value. You can have object map. So you can parse an object map, I think. Oh, that's just a string array hash map with values. With like okay. So maybe you can actually just use this. Hang on. Man, I thought I could. Wait. Are you here or are you not here? No client attached, but I can still do this. Okay. Weird. Okay, I'm gonna check the code on the internet. So we have string array hash map unmatch. I want to see the code. We can search for JSON here. No, there's no JSON. Well, let's look at string array. String. Okay, so JSON string array hash map. Array hash map. JSON. Oh, wait, does that exist? JSON array hash map. Oh, there's a JSON array? What? Wait, no, this doesn't work. Yeah, okay, no. But there's a JSON array hash map. A thin wrapper oh, okay. Nice. Yeah, so we can use this. So this will basically, if you have an object that has, like it says, the arbitrary data key, so it has like, you don't know beforehand what keys it will have, but you want a hash map of it, you can use this. Great. So it's gonna be JSON array hash map. Which is a string array hash map. And this is the values, so great. Let's also add this reboot. Okay. Right. So what we need to do here is we need to parse the file. Well, we need to check if there is a file. So well, actually, let's open the directory. Open directory absolute with project directories thing, and then I wanna access the subpaths. Okay, let's not add any flags for now. If something goes wrong, we will crash here. I guess that's fine. I mean, it's gonna be if someone moves the directory or deletes it or something. But let's just have it like that for now. Okay, and then defer, close. And I think this needs to be a bar in that case. Okay. So, well, actually, no. That's fine. And then we want to check. Can we do like open file? Subpath is gonna be. I'm just gonna put an index file directly in here. Index. There. Why do I not get this now? I just got auto completion, but not for long. The flags. I mean. Okay. Open file. We're gonna get the file here. We're gonna catch an error. If the file doesn't exist. Oh yeah, this needs to be returned. Oh. So we return true if we successfully read the file, false if we didn't. So if we catch an error during opening the file, and the error is what? Not found. File not found. I'm not sure what it's called. File not found. Let's see. It's gonna be. Actually, I think this. Yeah, I'm just gonna quickly. File error. Open error. File not found, yeah. So if you do this, since there's like a million versions of this error, but if you do this, at least from what I've seen before, like in older, like in SIG 13, it will match by name, I think. So you don't have to like catch each one, I guess. Well, maybe. So open. Wait, file. Open error. Oh. Maybe this will work though, because it's basically the same thing, right? Okay. Anyway, the way that I did it before also works. So if you don't like know where to find the error, you can do it like that. But anyway, so if it's this thing, then what else? Well, yeah, then we return false because we didn't find the file. But if it's some other error, we're gonna put unreachable there, so it just fails. Okay, so now we should have the file, and now we just we need to read it. Now this is a bit complicated. We had this reader thing as well, so we can we'll just copy this part here. I'm never gonna I'm not gonna put this in my memory to be able to know exactly how to do this without copying here. So we're gonna close the file, we're gonna create a file reader, because one of them needs to be a const, the other one needs to be a var, and then one of them you put in here as a mutable. So it's like, yeah, there's a lot of small nuances that you have to remember here. But here we parse, so we're basically creating a reader for the file, which is like a stream type reader. We create a JSON reader, which we deinitialize at the end. So this reader you don't have to deinitialize. It doesn't have a deinitialize function. But this one does. So this one you have to deinitialize. And then you have entered, well, this is going to be JSON data. Let's just call it that. And the JSON data is going to be well, it's going to be this. Yep. And yeah. And then this one now. Okay, so now we got the JSON data, and yeah, this is one way of doing it. So leaky here means that it's gonna parse the JSON, and when it encounters stuff that it needs to allocate, it's gonna use this allocator to do it. But it's basically gonna be loose hanging allocations. So you're gonna, I'm thinking for a hash map, it's gonna allocate. Since it's a hash map of strings to strings, it's going to allocate the keys and it's going to allocate the values. So when we deinitialize this, we can simply free the keys and the values. So this would be, let's say we have a deinitialize here, and this is the asset index, and we need the allocator. To do that, we need to go through hashmap, well, self.hashmap dot map. Oh, I see. This one has the init. Wait, what does that do? JSON array hashmap deinitialize. It just calls deinitialize on the map. Okay, so it doesn't do anything special. Okay, so we don't want to do that right now. We want to go map, and then we want to loop through the keys. Yes. So here's the key, and we need it to be a pointer. Yeah, and then we do allocator free on the key, and then we do the same thing for the values. Free the value, because this returns just, yeah, you need to make it mutable like this, because it just returns, it doesn't return a pointer version, it returns just the thing directly. So you put in pointer version. Wait, do we need to free it then? Yeah, because it, wait, the value itself is the pointer, right? We need to do this, right? Yes, because the key type is a pointer, or is a slice, and this is also a slice. So we need to free those, the content there, and then we do hashmap deinitialize allocator. Okay. that should be good. I'm gonna remove this empty one because it's like an invalid state. Or is it? No, it's not actually. Well, we need to define this anyway. Wait, it doesn't have init. Okay, let's can we do that? Wait, this is this is not correct. Okay, the LSP does not work properly. Where's the init function? Here, GPA. Oh, I see. So I think you actually just do this to get an empty one. There we go. So that's gonna be an empty array hash map there. Okay. Now, yeah. So now when we deinitialize that, it's gonna just, yeah, it doesn't have anything, so it's just gonna not do anything. I wonder how it works. Well, I guess the capacity is set to 0, so it won't have anything to like free up. Okay, so yes, let's see. So we read the JSON data here now, and we can also deinitialize it. So basically, we just set our hash map to be this now. That should be fine. And then we return true to say that we actually succeeded here. And then down or up here we return in that case. But if we don't find the file, we need to rebuild the index or build the index, or yeah. So what do we do then? Well, we will have to do the walking thing again. So we do need to open this directory again. Okay, so we're opening the project directory. Now we need to make a walker. Okay, we need an allocator. As well. We need allocator. I mean, we need an allocator here as well. Oops. Allocator. And here we also need an allocator. Usually have this convention of putting allocator first and then the rest of the stuff. Well, self first, then allocator, unless you have comp time types, then those get put first. There's a specific order there. Okay, so now we have the allocator, and we walk here. Now we do while walker. Let's just make this like this. Okay, because I think this one, it can be an error, so let's just try that. Here we try walker.next, and we get an entry. Yes. Okay, so this will recursively, actually also, yeah, we need iterate through here. This will recursively go through each file and directory in this directory. And I just realized we actually need to read the file as well. We need to open all files and read them all. I mean, we really don't need to read everything. We just need the ID. The ID could be like at the top of the file, so we don't need to read further down. But I don't think the JSON can do that. Maybe maybe we can make an yeah, maybe we can do this. We can make like a asset ID struct which just has the ID, and then we can use that to read the thing with unknown fields set to true, because I'm not sure if they actually read in the entire thing to be able to do this, or if they, like, if the object is done, if they sort of abort the, you don't need to read anymore, so they close the file. Like, let's say you have the ID is like at the top, but then you have like 1,000,000 bytes more to read, but it only needs to read ID. Does it stop, or does it continue until the file is done and then determine that, okay, now we're done? I don't know how it works, but we can either way we can use this to just read any asset, since they all should have the ID, and then we can just store that in the hash map. So yeah, so now we need to read this. We need to do this thing here again. So the entry will have a path which we can use to read to open the file. So we also want to check the kind. So if the kind is a file, then we do stuff. Otherwise we will continue. Okay, so now we can do file. So we want to open this file, and this file is going to be entry.path, and we don't want it to be writable. False, or just remove everything there. We open the file. If there's an error, well, if there's an error, we're gonna try here. If there's an error, it's just gonna quit out here, and then we need to deinitialize the walker here as well. Okay, so file, and we want to, we have to close it as well. And now we need to read with the JSON thing. Should maybe put this in a convenience thing. Maybe there is like a convenience thing in JSON for this already, but actually let's check here. JSON read file parse. I don't know. I don't think so. It would be cool if there was like a convenience function here for just reading from a file. It's, yeah, whatever. Okay, so because there's like all these steps to do it. Well, I guess it depends on how you want to open it and stuff. But anyway, so we make a reader, we make a JSON reader, we initialize it later, we get the data here, and the data is gonna be asset ID. So we're gonna read it as this, ignore unknown fields, so we skip those that doesn't exist. on our target type. Then we don't want to do this. We want to say yeah, so we want to say the hash map, and we want to do map, and we want to do put GPA. Why does it say GPA there? Just the allocator. Does that have to be a GPA? I've never seen that before. Huh. Yeah, I don't think I've used this unmanaged version before. But anyway, put allocator, and then the key is going to be the file. No, wait. The key is going to be the ID. So this is going to be JSON-data.id. And then the value is going to be the file name. So this is going to be an entry path, except we need to copy this now because it's going to be deallocated at the end of the walk. So we need the file path. So we need to duplicate it. And this is, yeah. Right, so now we put this in there. JSON ID is has been allocated with this leaky version, so it's just been allocated with the allocator, and it's just a string, so that's fine. And the file path is also allocated here with our allocator. So we get 2 freshly allocated stuff there, put in there, and at the end, when we deinitialize, we go through and free it all with the allocator. So it's all managed and nice. Right, so now we are actually going through each file here and getting the ID out, each JSON file I should say. We should actually maybe check the file name to see if it ends in a JSON as well. If it ends in a JSON, we need to handle it. If it doesn't end in a JSON, we don't need to handle it. So actually, maybe we should check the path first. If the path, let's see, ends with, if it ends with .json, well, if it doesn't end, we continue. Okay, now this would include the index file itself, so let's just double check. Equals EQL and U8 entry path index JSON. Let's also put like index file name. Right, so if it is the same, if it is the index, then we don't want to deal with it. If it doesn't end in JSON, we don't want to deal with it. Otherwise, we're checking if it's a file. I guess we can do this in here, so we don't someone name something a directory.json and I don't know, whatever. Okay, so yeah, now we have the hash map, we put the data in there. Yeah, And at the end of this, we should have gone through all the files and put them in the respective like thing in HashMap. All right. And also, yeah, the file path, it will not include, I don't think it will include // here. But let's see if we can test this out now. So we need to add the asset index to our context. One second there. Okay. Let's see where. Yes. So let's do. Where's our asset library? Well, we don't have an asset. Where we have the project. Maybe we should put it in the project. Yeah, that makes sense. It's gonna be per project, so yeah, just assets index. I guess it could be in the library technically as well, maybe. Well, whatever. Let's put it here. Index. What did I call it? Asset index. I don't know what the correct term would be, but now we're inconsistent here, so that's great. Let's put it there, and it's just gonna be empty to start with. See, that's a nice way of doing it there. The initialize, we simply call the initialize there. Okay, now in the, what is it? Restore session. When we load in the project, yeah, so here we want to say asset index, and we want to do load. And the I guess P is gonna work for us there. Or wait, no, that's just a. No. If we go to the session, look at the project. Yeah, that's the file path. Yeah. So this P is a string, which is the project directory, because it comes from the session file. So we just store the file path to the project, and so we can pass it in here. It should be absolute, so we'll pass it in there. The load function is fine. Rebuild index, I'm just gonna catch unreachable here for now. Is there any path in here that we need to like handle really? I mean, if it can't open the directory, there's an issue. If it can't walk, or if it can't read one of the JSON files. It's gonna be visible. I guess what we could do is we could catch it. So let's say this returns an error, and then we just do try here. This one could be the same thing. Probably better that to just have catch unreachable everywhere. Return error. Oh, this one has try. Okay. I did copy that before. Great. The only thing like catch unreachable is like out of memory errors here, so that should be fine. It's gonna be crashing anyway in that case, I think. So we'll do try on that one as well. And then this one returns an error. And now we can say also here could not load / build in asset index. Okay. Okay, asset index 24 expected. Oh, does this need to be mutable or? Okay, no field name writable, so maybe it's like write evil. No? Or is it mode writable? Read write only. Hash map put. Let's just try whatever. Okay, so it went well, I guess. I mean, we didn't. I mean, okay, let's check. Let's. We should have an index file here somewhere. No? Wait, we're not saving it. Oh, yeah. So... Right. So we need to, like, sync the file here. We need to save it as well. I mean, I guess we could just have like a save function. Save. I think we need this. We don't need allocator. We're not gonna work. So we open the directory. We don't need to iterate. We do want to open the file. It's gonna be write only. And this is gonna be the index. Name. What else do we have here? Nothing. It's so weird. It's like in a weird limbo where I sometimes get this help here, but I don't know where it comes from. It's like some weird sort of almost built-in feature here that I'm getting. I don't know. But it's like if you look at mode, I get sort of the information here, but then it says that the LSP is not attached. Active client. It says ZLS here. I don't know. Oops. Okay. So mode is right. So what I wanted to do is basically just being able to like truncate this file like when you open it. There's different like modes for that. I'm just gonna check the site here. Start. It's gonna be open. Wait. Dear open file. So here's the flags. Open mode, read only. Opens the file without attempt to create a new file. Okay, so I should use create file when saving, maybe. Overwrite, yeah. Okay. So we should use create file instead, which has the path and the flags. Do we get any help here? No. Okay, create flags. Read truncate is true. Okay. Right. So I'm gonna use create file instead. And yeah, so now what you could do is you can get a writer like this. Now we get a writer, and we can use the JSON stuff to write to the file as well. So we can do JSON stringify, and the value is gonna be self.hash map. Don't have any options, I don't think, and the outstream is going to be the writer. Now I'm not sure if you have to pass it as a pointer or not, but yeah, here's some options that you can do. But let's start there. Okay, and then after that, it's basically, do we need to deinitialize this? No. This is gonna write the thing, and then that's it, I think, as a JSON there. So that's really nice. I really like this like interface we have like with the writer, so we can just pass it in, and it's gonna automatically be able to use the streaming and everything for that. So now we have this save function. We then need to make it public, and then in the when we like exit and store the session and stuff. So create session, store session. Yeah, so when we store the session, that's basically gonna be actually we want to save the index like every time it's updated. That's true. Maybe we just make a update index function. Just for convenience. Project. So get the project. Why is this not working now? Okay, whatever. So the project has asset index. I'm gonna save that to wherever this project is. The root is okay, so that's the asset library. Has the root. Okay. Wait, where am I? Here. So it's gonna be the so this is gonna be assets library.root. Also, I think we need to make this, yeah, it's an errorable. So we need to catch an error. And we need to do could not save okay. So when do we call this? I think we want to call it when we store the session. Update index. So that way when we quit, it's gonna update the index. So then we can, when we open this now, well, I need to fix. Okay. This one has apparently can be error, so let's do a try. Okay, and then we close. Oh, there we go. Now we got the index file. So let's look at it. It's empty. Oh, that's not good. It's empty. Do we call load on it? Yes, we call load here. Maybe it was unable to build it. Right, missing field. Oh, okay. I know what the issue is. So we built this asset index thing, assuming every asset has an ID, which we don't have. So yeah. So that's one more step we need to do. Every asset needs to have an ID. So we'll go to our since we have this generic document structure, it's actually pretty easy to add the ID here, because we can just add the ID straight up. No, wait. I'm just kidding. Well, we do have the persistent data. This is the data that's gonna be stored. Maybe we can somehow merge, because all of them is gonna have the ID. It's gonna be a pain if we had to manually do that. I mean, maybe that's the way to do it. I don't know. See, this is the thing. So we need to add ID here. Maybe we'll add like a warning to say if you don't have ID, we yeah. But that's gonna create a new ID. We're gonna clone ID is gonna be self ID. So we need to do this for every type of asset. The clone method and the init method, and we need to add a field. Wait, document. So let's just go through all of these. No, wait, it's gonna be document persistent data. So is there a way to actually, is there a way to like remove? Okay, I'm gonna check. I never work with like quick fix a lot. Remove item, remove. Ability to remove items from quick fix list. Well, there should be. There has to be like a official Vim plugin. There has to be like a built-in way. Adding room addresses usually done with set list. Okay, let's check. Let's. No. Help set. So. How? Oh, it's like a. Items from the current quick fix list are replaced with items from the list. Clear the list like this, okay. All quick fit list in the quick fix stack are freed. Okay. I don't know what that means. Following items can be specified by the context study. If action is not present to space, then a new list is created. I can't believe there's not an easy way to actually just modify it directly, like remove one, like remove an one from it. Okay, that, whatever. Because I have this now. I just want to remove these four. Actually, I could do / persistent. No, I can't. Okay. Fine. Can we do reg checks in here? Okay, you can. Or if you can do like I want to. Okay, so this gonna be not word. Does that work? No. Okay, whatever. I'm just gonna have to manually do this. So the scene we did, time map, init, clone, yeah. Done. Texture. And it's gonna be the same thing here actually. So yeah, texture is gonna be, whoops, different. Actually, yeah, it's not going to be any different here. We can just return self. It will clone it automatically. We need UUID here. And that's it, except this one we also need. Oh, that's the icon. Oh, we already have ID here. Okay, cool. And that's it. So that's all the assets. Now we have ID on all of them. And I just realized that this is gonna break all of our assets. So we need to like generate some IDs later, but yeah, maybe we'll make like a temporary fix for that. We could make it like nullable, and if it's null then we generate a new one. We could actually do that. This one is not gonna have it nullable. System data. The scene did not have it, so let's make it null. Wait, the entity has there. Let's make it nullable, and then in the clone we say this, or else we wanna do init. Same for the time map. Oh, we need to make it nullable. Wait, is this is not how you make it nullable? Wait, I forgot. This is how you make it nullable. That's right. Yeah, this is not correct. Syntax in Zig. Or else init. Do we have UUID here? No. There we go. Texture. I mean, the texture is going to be interesting because we don't actually have the JSON for that either. So also the file name. Yeah, we need the file name. The file path to the texture file path. That's right. Okay, and now we actually do have a cloning job to do here. So clone is going to be equal to self, turn cloned, then clone.texture file path to the allocator to set self.texture file. Okay, yeah. There we go. And also we need now this one. We actually need to do texture file path. Free. There we go. Oh, and also can choose. Okay. Yes. So this one is gonna be also like we don't have it from the start, so it's gonna be, we're gonna have to handle this a bit differently, and all the references to everything will need to be updated as well. But let's just fix this first. Here, no, not that. Yes, clone, or else and entity type. Okay, I think entity type already had the thing. Yeah, that's it. Okay. Right. So yeah, so also yeah, all the like references and stuff needs to be updated as well. So for example, this entity type icon, this texture path needs to be updated to like an ID that has the texture instead. We need to actually generate the texture ID and the texture document. Do we have like a thing? No, ID. Wait. What's happening? No, I want. What the hell? I thought it would generate a UUID for me. Okay, you can't have anything nice. Okay, anyway, I'm just gonna generate some UUIDs somehow, and create a texture documents for that. So anyway, and then instead of having this texture files things, wait, entity type document, yeah, instead of this texture path, we're gonna have like a texture ID that is gonna reference the texture document, and we're gonna look up through the index to get that document. So we need a sort of, yeah, so when you request a document, we don't request a path, we request an ID instead. Yes. Yeah, so there's a little bit things. It's the hard part for me right now is gonna be the transition point, because all the JSON files are in a different format, so we need to like update them. I want to do it in like a very controlled manner, so I'm not gonna do too much on these now. I think I want to generate the IDs first and all the texture files first, so we get all the IDs in place, and then we can transition. Yeah. So I think this thing won't even be loaded right now. This is just a placeholder right now. I'm just trying to map out in my head exactly how I want to deal with this. But we want to create a texture document. So let's check this texture file path. So where do we have texture documents? So we have texture documents, or texture file paths. We have texture file paths in the entity types called texture paths. We have in the tile map, we have yeah, tile set. Somewhere. it's even in, like it's I did this in such a stupid way, but we have this tile source. This one, it's per tile, so per each cell in the tile map we keep a string to which tiles it is. So it's basically like, because I kept it open for each tile in a tile map, it can actually have it can actually refer to any tile set, and then the position in the tile set. So this one is gonna be an ID instead. Actually, that's one of the reasons why the tile maps are so large, the files. Maybe that's why it takes so long to load them in and stuff. Okay, so we got that tile map. So let's say this tile map has the tile set. I'm just gonna label all the. So we went through tile map. Those have the tile set. Entity type has the texture path, I believe it was called. Type, yeah, texture path, and that's in on the icon. This is like the tile source, and this is like the tile map dot layers dot tiles dot source dot tile. Yeah, it's a huge thing. Okay. And what else do we have? Do we have anything in scene? Okay, let's start there at least. So we should be able to like make it's actually gonna be like a list of files. Can you cat multiple files? Like if we do this, will it do both? Yes. Okay. But then JQ probably couldn't handle. Well, wait, what if we do that? What if we pass this into JQ? Would that work? It does work. Okay. And then yeah, just dot icon texture path. So there you go. There's all of those. And yeah, I just need to. So, but maybe it's better if we encounter like whenever we encounter a texture, a new texture, we create a document for it automatically instead of like I mean, because what we want to do is we want to have a way to add textures to the project, because we don't have that. We just have a reference to the file somewhere. But if we had a way to add it to the project, then we could just add a document representing the texture. Yeah. Okay, so we actually, yeah, let's do that. Let's Yeah. I did not think about this properly here. So let's actually do this. Let's go to where we... It's going to be Layout Assets Manager. And it's going to be where we create new assets, which is here. We have this new asset pop up. So we can actually just add a texture. And this new texture. Actually, you know what? If we click this, I don't want to open a dialog. I want to actually just open the... Well, I want to open the file dialog, actually. File dialog. Where do we have this? File. Yeah, here. Open file with dialog. So we want to do this. Right. So we're opening up a file. Oh. Hang on. Document tag. Well, I guess we can just put texture there. So then we'll open like PNG files, actually. Yeah. And we okay, so we request the document, right? So it will open it up, request it as a document. It will actually work now, but that's not quite what I want to do, though. Okay, I want a version of this that just gives us the path. So I'm not gonna do this. I'm just gonna return a duplicated version here. And this is gonna be open file with dialog. So this is just gonna be like well, it's not gonna be open file. It's gonna be like get file name with dialog or something like that. Okay. And I guess we can put the document type in there. Doesn't really... Wait, what's this? Oh yeah. Get... What's that called? Get file name with that. Get file name with dialog. Is it dialog or... Yeah. Texture, okay. So here's our file path. And then we don't have any of this. Okay, so we have the file path. Then what we want to do is we want to create the new documents right here. Yeah, new asset. And it's gonna be No, not the reusable text buffer. It's gonna be just a file path. Well, actually, no, it's not gonna be the file path. It's gonna be, we have to, so this is a file path to the original file. So we actually need to make a new file path that's gonna be the file of the JSON document in our project directory. So I also want to check, is this new asset, this is not, yeah, this is not, this is relative to the project directory. So we just need to get the base name, I think, of this file. So let's get that. It's gonna be like path base name, I think. Let me check in the browser here. Yeah, standard path, file system path base name. It does include extension. I guess that's doesn't make, I guess that works though. So we get that extension with there. So now we get that, that's like the base name. So that's gonna be what we wanna put in here. Right, but actually we need to make a new thing. This we need to make asset name is gonna be, actually, how do we, oh, it's gonna append it automatically, I think. Yeah, because in new asset we take the name doesn't have the extension. Yeah, we're concatenating it here with the extension, so we don't need to put the extension on it. So we just pass in the base name. So we're gonna get a new asset with the same name as the texture, but with like .texture.json added to it, except we don't, because the extension is wrong. Okay, so I'm not explaining it. So the way that this works, I put .texture here. I built this, so we have this, wait, where, let's actually remove this document type maybe then. Yeah, because we have this get file filter, and where is, yeah, so texture actually points to like PNG. We really wanna, it has to point to texture.json, but now we can't use that function anymore. So texture.json, PNG, it's gonna be dots. Yeah. Okay. And then we can't use like document type anymore. Let's actually just pass a file filter here, I guess. And then you have to specify it yourself. That's fine. So now we can say PNG instead. And then yeah, so now we open up the dialog with PNG as a file filter. We grab the texture and we create a new asset there with the same name, and then also as a texture. So that should create the texture as a document now. So if we go here, we save. Yeah. So it's gonna serialize the content. Yes. So texture, which means it's gonna serialize these two now. And that's good. Okay. So I think we can do that. Now the thing is, all places where we request a texture now, this will actually not work. So I think we just return null here now, because when we request a texture, it's gonna try and load a document as the wrong thing. Yeah, I'm just gonna do this to be sure that nothing weird is happening. I'm almost scared to run this now. Okay, what's happening here? Unused parameter. Use of undeclared filter. Meta filter. Expected. Oh, it expects the file filter to be a nullable. Okay. Right, this should return a nullable. Member function expected 2 arguments from 1 duplicate. Oh, yeah, you need to put the type there. Interesting, it did load. Okay, so we get these errors now. Missing field. So the scene, did I forget? No, it is nullable. Okay, so it still complains if it doesn't exist. So that's interesting. So this plan did not work. Well, okay, whatever. Let's just add. Let's just do that. Ugh. No. Is that the only place? Okay. Okay, so now it's required instead, and we just have to add, like, we just have to manually add all the, I guess, UUIDs. to all the JSON files. I mean, we do have this script here that is I should probably like back up the project folder first. Back up. Okay. So, because we're going in with a machete here and operating on these files. So it's basically gonna be the same thing for all of these files. So it's gonna be, we're gonna get the original object, we're gonna add an ID, and we're gonna be able to, we're gonna have to like generate somehow an ID here. And then I'm gonna do dry run first. So I'm gonna check, does JQ have a way to generate UUIDs? It's just going to be one per thing. So if we have a thing here, no. Wait, which one has like a built-in thing for that? So okay, so we do have this. So we could how do you like, I think if you use backticks, right? Or is this? Yeah. Wait, no, but this. Yeah. This we have to print it out. Yeah. So then, if you say. Now we need to do this. If you say. For example, this. Or does it need to be this? No. Line 33. The hell? I mean, I guess if we're working with bash script here, we can just make a new variable, I guess. I forgot how to do. I think it's just gonna be like ID equals, and then you can do this. right? Acquire crypto dot and then we're just gonna echo that. So okay. Wait. Oh, so you can use that in there. Okay, okay. Yeah, okay, so that works. And then we can say this, right? Except we need it to be like this. So let's just try something here. Unexpected dash. Oh. There we go. Oh, so it added it at the bottom. I mean, okay. Let's what if we do this? Yeah, it adds it at the top. Okay. So yeah, so now we have a way to add ID to the JSON file by script. So you don't have to do it manually. Okay, and so yeah. So if we do this now, it should update it. So let's do it on everything at once. So let's make a new. I don't want to open that. What's happening here? Okay. I want a new thing. Let's do projects. I think now we get all these. I didn't add ID here, I don't think. No. Okay. So I don't think any of these has ID. Animations. No. What else do we have? Time apps. Oh, I shouldn't open that. No. Hopefully, okay. It was not that bad. But yeah, I know that this doesn't have it, so let's kill this before we die. Time app. Okay, let's check entity types. Now these ones do have ID here. So it's like the entity types. Oh. Yeah, the entity types have it, but everything else does not have it. So let's remove the entity type. And now we have a whole bunch of files that we need to update. So let's do that. Yeah, and wait, why did that not work properly? And then we just copy this, paste it in here and run. Oh my god, what's happening? Cannot stat tmp no such file directory. Okay, so what happened here? Let's open up one of the files. Nothing happened. Okay. Okay, let's check the script. Wait, why are we removing it first? Wait, we shouldn't remove it at all. Okay. There we go. Now let's try it again. Well, I saw there's a weird thing on the last one. Or maybe not, actually. The last one should work. Yeah. Okay, cool. So now all of those have IDs. And no, I don't want to get to the other buffer there. Now let's see if we can open it. Yeah. Okay. Let's open up a scene. Okay, so it still works. Great. And animation. Okay, we didn't have. Where's the tech? Oh yeah, so maybe the texture. Oh yeah. Because we did remove like the ability to load in the textures. So now, but anyway, now all of these have IDs, and what we want to do is we want to now add the textures that we need. So I'm just gonna see if I can add one of my textures here. So let's add the one that we need here is the monster texture. Oh, did it crash on me? I think so. Oh, it's an infinite loop or something. Okay, that's not great. Let's disarm this file. Okay, so it's a layout as manager. So something happened here where it's just did not work. I was supposed to get access denied. What? Wait. I'll get access denied on load existing index. Okay, yeah, it's empty, of course. It's empty. Okay, let's start and exit. Did it successfully build a thing? No, there's an error. Access denied. So does it error as soon as we start? I'm just gonna check the logs here. Yeah. So there's an access denied error. Interesting. Is it because of how we're opening it, or... Wait, we're doing write only. This is not correct. So access denied. Maybe it was because of... yeah, now we don't get the error. Trying to read a write only opened file. But it's still empty though. Okay. Are we calling this? Save. No. Press the wrong button. Okay, so we are, I mean, yeah, we are calling the function. So we should have a current project. Yeah, I mean, I guess we can check that as well. Yeah. Okay, so we're going in here. Everything should be fine because we are using try. So, and if it's something fails, it should go in here and log it out, which it hasn't done. Which means probably that the hash map is like not... Yeah, it's still empty. Oh, right, because the cache, because it already exists, of course. So let's remove it and then try. And now we get some error here. Oh, it's a leak. Okay, let's just see if we can fix this real quick. It's the JSON stuff. Asset index 73 is this one. So it's leaking. What? Okay, so what is it actually leaking here? Field. String. Okay, array list. Right, so it's leaking some sort of string here. Because we are putting it into the... Is it because we're not... Wait. We have the initialize here. Are we calling it from project initialize? Yes. Are we calling project initialize? We should do that. Oops. Yes. Okay. Was it here? 73. Okay, so it's here. So it's when we iterate through the files and we duplicate the file path. But the entry path is not the thing that we are doing. So that the file path is fine. Do we have more than one leaks? No, only one leak. So it's only one leak. That's strange. Okay, I want to check how many. Yeah, so now you can see now it's populated with a whole bunch of IDs here. So this is the index. Okay. But this only leaks once. It should like I would think it would leak like once for every file. And it's this one that leaks as well. Yeah, the JSON data. Maybe since we only want one thing here, maybe it's better to actually do a normal parse here. And then we say ID is equal to, we just duplicate it here. And we deinitialize this. And then here we do this. So then we make sure that nothing from this function will be leaked. So we only grab whatever we want and we use it. And yeah, of course, yeah, we need to remove the, where is it? This one. Okay, there we go. I could not load build asset, unexpected end of input. What? I mean, it shouldn't exist, so it's weird that we get that error. Unexpected end of input. Okay. Maybe we should add some kind of catch somewhere here. Like, I think this is the one throwing. So we'll just say could not parse JSON. Which is gonna be the thing, and then the error, and then we return error. So we'll just parse, log some extra information out there so we know what's happening. Oh, it's not gonna show now though. No. I have to remove this first and then launch. Okay, I could not parse this thing. Okay, so that one has unexpected end of input. So let's actually look at that. Oh, it shouldn't be a large file. It should only have 2 fields, ID and texture file path. Is it opening the, like, has it somehow copied like the original image here or something? I mean, it shouldn't take that long to open anyway, right? What's happening? Okay, I'll kill this window here. And we go back. Let's just do this. Let's cat this. Oh, what the hell? Okay. Wait. Now, this actually, yeah, we'll just remove this now because it is deserializable. And another thing. Let's remove this. So, okay, I think the issue is when we created the new asset, maybe. Yeah. Okay, so let's go to, where is it? New asset. Here, I think. So that's the base name. We're creating a texture. Oh no. Oh. And then, so it creates a new file name. So we're initializing a document. We're loading it in. Like, I don't understand how it would do that weird thing. Yeah, it's calling like document save. And Yeah, serialize. No, document. Yeah, it's just string and find a persistent data. That's weird. Okay, well, let's try this again. Oops. Let's also remove the index. Because I want to see if it like complains on the same thing. Could. Okay. And it's like. Yeah. We got all these. We open. We create a new texture. I will select this again. Oh, is that why it takes so long? Maybe it's like copying the whole thing over as a... Oh, I see, I see. So why is it doing that? We're just creating a new asset. We don't even copy anything here. What? Wait. Is it because this is zero terminated? We set it to undefined, so it's basically copying the entire memory because it doesn't find a zero. Maybe. So when we create a new asset, we do something here. We do the init, new content, which just initializes that. Fine. We do load. Oh, wait. So we can do this. Let's grab the persistent data. And texture file path is equal to path. I think we need to. Well, yeah, we also need to like duplicate it. Oh, but we don't have allocator in here. Okay, so we don't do it here. I mean, I guess, but where would we do that? Where would we set this? Okay, this is now that I've entered a realm of, I've abstracted this, but now I'm encounter a place where this abstraction actually is a roadblock for me. I have to think about how to solve this now and fitting it into the puzzle here. I mean, I guess we could add like an allocated load. That's one way. But it feels like it should be done in some other way. Like new content. The init function to here should probably take more than the allocator, maybe. Like we could add the file path here. But that's not the file path that we're interested in though. Like we don't even have the file path. Okay, so when we're creating a new asset, we are actually doing load here. We are creating the document. We're saving it directly, so we don't have a chance to actually initialize the data that we need for this. So okay, so we could maybe do this. Let's see. I mean, I'm thinking of patterns here. Maybe each document also has some structure that is required to initialize it. So let's say we have a texture document here. What is needed to initialize? Well, it's gonna be the texture file path. Here. And then whatever that will be is gonna be, let's say we have texture documents. So here we're stating like generic documents thing. We have the persistent data, non-persistent data. What do we actually need to put in here to make it work? So we could add a new type here that is like create persistent data, like what is needed to actually create a new document, and then you would have to provide that in the init function here to our data. Yeah, and then when we create our persistent data, we just pass that along into the init. I mean, it's a pattern that I've seen. It is a pattern that exists. It's like, what do you need to create something? But it just feels like this is starting to become more and more like a very sort of API interfacey weird thing here. But that's one way of doing it. I guess another way would be to just hack it a little bit. Like this could be, we could just set this to an empty string, and then we have to actually here, after we've created the asset, we need to get it back from here. So this will be the document, the texture, and it's gonna be the, I mean, it's gonna be, oh man, we don't have the absolute path now. Could we just put this in? Will that work? Right, so we're making it absolute. Okay, so it doesn't have to be absolute. Okay, so we're putting that in. We're grabbing, or else let's do unreachable here because we know that we should have it. So that's the document, and then we have to like set the thing afterwards. So we have to like, yeah, set texture path, whatever it's called. No, it's gonna be in texture. Oh yeah, we don't have that. Get texture. Set texture path. And then this is a void. Oh, we need to allocate. And we duplicate that. Okay. Now, oh man. I guess what we could do is we could check. Okay, this is also a bit hacky, but we could check, like we because we need to take care of the previous entry here. So if the length is more than 0, then we also wanna free that. No, not length, but yeah. So if it's 0, that means it's like the empty slice. We don't do anything. If it's not, then we free it, and we. So it's basically a guard because we can't free the empty slice or anything like read-only constant stuff. So yeah, so we free it, and then we can and then we duplicate it. Okay, so set texture purpose. So now we can call that, and we need to pass in allocator. We should have an allocator, and then the path name is gonna be, what the hell's the path name gonna be? Well, it's gonna be the file path, yeah. And so yeah, so now we actually, but this feels a bit more hacky because the other way is more like we make a pattern that actually has it all, like every step of the way is accounted for. Here we're like, okay, yeah, in this specific case we and in this part of the logic we handle it in this way. It's like super specific to this, but we're not gonna have this in a lot of places anyway, so yeah, whatever. Let's remove this again, and we'll try this again. Okay. What's the issue there? Unused function parameter. Oh, is it path? Wait, what is? Oh, it's persistent data. Okay. Okay, asset manager. Set the path. Use of undeclared allocate. Okay. I will do a context so we can just say allocator. $72. That's the same place. Okay, so it expects certain number. Okay. I mean, I guess it doesn't have to be serious now, I guess. That was the base name. Oh, it's a request augment type. Is there, okay, is there like a base name Z? No, that would require different, yeah, that would require like, excuse me. I mean, okay, let's go to here, get file, whatever. This, so I think this is zero terminated because we're getting it from NFD, which is a C library, so I think this is actually zero terminated. So then this should also be zero terminated, which means that this should be zero terminated. So we can do this. And then, wait, what? Okay, now we're back here. Right, so now we do a pointer cast. Because the base name chops off at the end. Or I mean at the start. So the end should still be zero terminated. Expected optional type. Where is this? Oh, okay, yeah. Catch. There we go, okay. Alright, so let's try this again. It's still okay, so now we get another crash thing. Could not load texture, failed to open file. Could not open document, file extension invalid. Okay. Oh, right. So it's not base name. Okay, so we actually have to get the name of the new asset. Maybe we could actually return it. Return the new file name here. It's gonna be allocated anyway. Yeah, because it's basically gonna be the ID to wherever we are gonna. There's a lot of things happening here. Was it file path or file name? No, it's gonna be the absolute. Yeah, absolute file path said. Well, we're gonna have a bunch of places where we need to fix it now. And if we don't save it, we should just return nullable. Okay, so this is the document file path. I guess we could just return the document itself. But anyway. Oh, what's going on? Unexpected type. Alright, so if it's null, I guess we just return. Yeah, and now we get these ones, so yeah, everywhere here we don't actually need these. There we go. Okay. Let's remove this again. And it crashed again. What's happening here? Could not open document. Well. Okay, is it? I thought that. Okay, so this one is not usable then. Maybe we should. Okay, so we don't free it. Well, we do want to free it in case of an error, I guess. And that means that actually, you know what? Let's just return the document instead. That's way easier. So instead of doing this, we're gonna return tag payload document content. And the tag is document type. Okay. Then we return not this one, but the actual document content here. So it's gonna be, it's just gonna be this here. Yeah. It's gonna be nullable. Yeah. So I have to like, we have to. Yeah, found Oh, I see. So okay, I don't really know how to do it very well here. I'm just gonna do switch and then inline else content. Yeah, I'm just gonna do that. Well, okay, so you can't do that. Do you have to like match the content with the type? I mean, we already know the type. That the type is whatever it's called. Comp time. Oh, I didn't know that there was an enum field struct. I actually built this myself, but I was just checking for how to do this. But I found this enum field struct. This basically takes a enum and it makes a struct where each key is one of the enums, and then you can paste the data. So it's a really nice way of getting like a map of something to something using an enum. Okay, but anyway, how do I? How? Like I have a tag, and the thing, is it field? Is it field tag name? No. Wait. Expected. Oh yeah. So now. Oh, okay. So it works. Okay, so this is the actual document. We don't need to grab it there. There we go. Oh, it's mutable though. It has to be mutable. So we'll return. Okay, do this. It works? Okay. Let's remove this first. Okay. I think that did it. We have this texture. I mean, we don't have an editor for it, but okay. Oh, we got some memory leaks. Yeah, this one, file name. Duplicate file name. Okay. So is it this one? Probably right. Context 500. Yeah, it's the one we're returning here. Okay, so this one. So we're setting, okay. So let's defer. Let's free that. And let's try adding another texture. Gonna add that one. Okay. Okay, and the leak is gone. Great. Oh, but we get like could not load texture and stuff. Could not load this. Load texture. Oh. I think, yeah, that's Raylib. I think. Okay, texture, non-persistent. So I think it's here, yeah. Raylib is complaining because the path is not correct. We're gonna have to get this guy. And we're gonna do texture file up here. So we don't actually use path here. Well, we do want to use path. Except it's not that path. No, so we don't need path. Okay, there we go. Okay. Let's try and add the tile set. Okay. Could not load texture. Failed to open. Okay. So I think, yeah, this was, I expected this error because we're sending the string to an empty string, is trying to load it directly while we don't have an empty string. So I think we could simply just check if the length is 0, then we return. Yeah. So then we don't get this error. And then when we actually have set, so then we set it afterwards, and then I guess we have to load it again. It's a bit hacky here. So let's see here. This one. Yeah, so let's just say document. This is a bit hacky, but non-persistent data.load, And what do we need there? We need path and persistent data. So that's the path doesn't really matter, so I'm just gonna put empty there. The data is gonna be texture document persistent. Okay. So now let's remove that. Let's start. Oh. Oh, don't need to reference here. Okay, let's try this now. Okay. Yeah. That's actually, yeah, so it you can see here, it actually loaded the texture here. So great. Now I'm just gonna put it to the okay. Okay, let's double check these files. And there you can see, now we have a thing. Oh, but the texture file path is not set. Oh, we need to save it as well. Okay. I think we can just call well, actually this one. Okay, so we have to, can we make a document just real quick? I think we should be able to just make the document here. So we're gonna do document file path is gonna be yeah, it's just gonna be no, not that file path. Well, now we need the absolute file path again. Actually, does it need to be the absolute file path? Okay, maybe we can do it here. Yeah, okay. What we'll do, but we need a file path to request the document. Okay. What if we do this? Request document by ID. And then we'll do so the ID is, well, no, the index, so the file path is gonna be, oh wait, but it's gonna be, I mean, we need this anyway, so the file path is gonna be project asset index hash map get ID. Okay, and then we know it's gonna exist. Well, okay. let's return null if it doesn't exist. And then yeah, then we have the file path. We need to make it absolute. I guess we don't actually need the absolute file path. This turns it into absolute file path. Okay, I forgot about that. But let's just now we can just return request document self.there and a file path. So now we can request by ID or by path. Cool. Also, what is it? Is it doing anything with this path? It's not really like, it's not like deallocating anything. Okay. So let's now see here. So we got the base name, we got the file path. Oh yeah, so what we actually what we need is like the where we have the ID, but we can yeah, we can use the ID. So we're gonna get the document by doing context request document by ID, and then the ID is gonna be texture document ID, and then or else unreachable, and then the document dot save, right? What do we need? We don't need anything. Okay, and then catch unreachable. Okay, so now it should save it as well. So let's remove this again. There. Start it up. Of course, we got some errors. No field name, ID. Oh, right. So actually, no. Yeah, I was thinking maybe that maybe I like the texture document. Maybe all documents can have like a get ID function, but you can't really do that. There's no like inheritance or anything. But yeah, let's just return this. Return self dot document persistent data ID. So this is something that's gonna exist on basically all documents. Okay. So now we can use get ID. Expected optional type, found project. Oh, right. So where was that? Yeah. So not question mark there. Getting a call. 1 second. I didn't realize that you can actually hear the the call there. Well, or not the call, but the ringtone. Okay. So let's see. Yeah, I have to go soon here, but we can finish the task at hand. Or the errors here. No field remember function called get in. Oh, So the hash map, yeah, that's have to do dot map dot get there. Okay, expected type that, found that, okay. So it needs to be a thing there. Maybe it's better to save them as actual zero terminated than in the asset index. Like this here. Hash map, JSON data. Yeah, let's save it as this. Or load it as that. File path. Group search. Texture documents 29 is right, this is a UUID. So actually, oh yeah, we should use UUIDs instead. Actually, the index should probably also have like UUID. So this should this should be UUIDs, except it's like well, this is not working with that. So yeah, we have to make our own hash map. I mean, it's not that hard to do. You just have to do the same thing and like the JSON parse, JSON stringify, and just modify it a little bit to work with the UUIDs. It's not really that big of a deal actually. But let's okay. Where are we now? Texture document 28. We need to import that. Assets manager 176. Classic line. Yeah. So now this is like we're getting this ID. I think we want to change this to actually not get a string. It's gonna get the UUID instead. Because yeah, so it's like easier to work with within the code here. And then when we get the map, we actually have to make it as a string. So ID as string is gonna be UUID dot earn dot serialize, I believe, and then ID dot UUID. Come on. Okay. Oh yeah, and then we use a string here instead. Oh, and now it says okay, fine. Okay, so I forgot what I was doing here. So let's remove this. Yeah, it doesn't exist. Okay, great. And now we're gonna add it again. And it crashed. Great. Great. Unreachable code. Reached unreachable code. Oh, so that's no. Okay, why would it be null though? So it doesn't find it, or yeah, I'm guessing it doesn't find the ID in the asset index. Right, because we don't actually add it. So when so we haven't implemented like updating the index based on those things. So we should probably do that when we create a new asset here. We do all this stuff. So once we're done everything here, we also add index, I guess, and the key is gonna be the key, yeah, that's the ID, right? Yeah, so that's gonna be the oh yeah, so we can grab the content like this. Okay, and this is where we need ID on everything. We can even force a get ID function on all the types. Yeah, so that will be, and then we need to serialize it as well. So ID as string get ID.uid. There we go. Okay, so we add that. Actually, we could do that in here, I guess. Yeah, so that's the ID, and then the other thing is like the relative file path. So that will be this file name, I think. No. Let's see. Do we have that somewhere? Yeah, relative to root is what we need. Yeah. That is what we need, relative to root. Because if you're in another subdirectory, the base name or the file name is going to be relative to that. We need it to be relative to root, so we can find it from the root. Okay. And yeah, so now we need that function as well. So let's add index. Key, so we need a key, and we also need the file path. There we go. And we will just do self hashmap put key. Actually, we need to duplicate them as well. So we actually need an allocator as well. Alright. Yeah, let's just duplicate him in place. Well, maybe not. Key, okay, do key. Actually, key is going to be UID as well. And yeah. And then the file path is going to be dupe. Oh, I get this now. All of a sudden, the LSP stops working, and then it's probably gonna crash again. So we need to duplicate UUID dot earn dot serialize and then key dot UUID. So we need a library as well. And then there. Okay. So now we're adding that. I think this, yeah, this needs an allocator as well. And I'm just gonna catch unreachable as well. Okay. Oh man, the time flies. It's already 5 o'clock from where I am, or 17, as we say, as you should say. Okay, so add index. Yes. So now we're adding the index. So then when we try to get it by ID, it should exist in the index as well. And then when we save, it should also appear there. So let's try this again. Of course, same procedure as always. 3 or oh yeah, we need allocator. Use of undeclared allocator. Ah, self.allocate. No field or member named get ID. Oh, here we go. So yes, now we're forcing all these documents to have the get ID function, which is, I think, is good because it should be on everything. You know, you get automatic slap on the wrist if you don't have it. So right after, it should be the first function here. There we go. And we just need to do that. So let's do it on everything. Animation. Is there anything else? Oh, we need to import the type. Are you hearing that in the background? Neighbor is doing some weird stuff. Is using a drill or something? No, not a drill. What do you call it? Like polishing or something like that. Okay, 381. That's what it's called. Grinding, yeah, I think that's what it's called. Okay. Anyway, let's see. Expected type. Sanding, maybe it's called. Expected type found. Okay. Which one are you talking about? Relative to root? Oh. I'm gonna check here. Append new file. This takes a path. Does it matter? Create node from path. This is gonna like duplicate it, right? Yeah. So we don't really care that it's not. Yeah. We don't care if it's this or not. So Can we change this without an issue? Is the problem? Is the question. Will that work? Entry path. I should start having all slices be 0 sentinel. Like once you have one, it's gonna infect your whole program. Well, it's only if you really deal with these C libraries. Wait, yeah. So now you can be. Can I do the relative Z? Is there a relative Z? No, wait. Roots, path is not. Okay, there is no relative Z. Why? Oh. Wait. No, but why? I mean, I guess we could just concatenate it with wait, how can you I mean, I guess you have to like okay, let's do this. This is stupid, but yeah, and we do that, and then we pass in this. Where am I? 383. Yeah, and now we can pass in that. What's this now? Array. Okay. Sure. Expected type, out of memory. Where are we? Here. This one. Oh. Okay. Let's remove this. Okay, let's try this again. Where are you? There you are. Okay, we crashed again. Man. Let's see what's happening. Segfault. Woohoo. Okay, it's trying to load the thing. Okay. Is the file name proper here? No, is the question. So I know we're doing some weird stuff somewhere. Where is this happening? Wait, which thing is it looking at? As a menu, assets. System data. Yeah, it's trying to Yeah, so it's a persistent data texture file path. So it's gonna be this. Yes, we're setting it there. I'm pretty sure this should work. I mean, okay, just to be sure, I'm just gonna do this. Right. And then base name is gonna be freed. Okay. Did it actually create it now, or yeah, it did. Okay. So it's creating it first, and then it crashes when it tries to load texture or something. Still this, but I would. Yeah, this is weird. Check, like, does it try to open it when it's empty string as well? Because we're calling load here. We have set persistent data. Let's actually just go to texture here and see what is it trying to load here. I'm just doing this so we can find it. Persistent data texture. Okay, we need to remove this first. Where is it? Wait, where is it? There it is. Okay, so it fails here now because, yeah. So this this thing is bad. Why? This file path is not freed until the end. And we're not, yeah, we are duplicating and returning it here, so we're not freeing this one. So this should be free to use over here. So is it something weird going on here? Yeah, we're duplicating it here, so that can't be the issue, right? No. Wait, reach unreachable code? Huh? It doesn't find a document. Okay, now it works. Okay, was that really the issue? Like the type of slice coming in. Maybe the structure is different. Okay. Anyway, it now works. Okay. Wow. I didn't think that would be an issue. Okay, so you have to be really careful then about that. I wonder why it wouldn't complain then in the compiler. Okay. But anyway, now we're back to this issue where the thing cannot find by ID. Okay. So I have to go through this here. Wait, didn't we have somewhere where it like posted all the things? Maybe there was something else. I mean, we should really have like a find thing in here. Find by ID here. Yeah. Get. Where we get this. Don't need allocator. It's gonna return nullable. And we need the ID. Okay. And so this is gonna be index. Okay. So if we don't find it, I'm gonna have a debug moment here. So we're going to log out all the IDs. We're going to log could not match ID as string. Oops. ID as string. Okay. And then we're gonna log out index. Come on. And we're gonna go through all the keys. And let's also get Okay. Oh. What is happening? Expected type, nullable. Oh, okay. Or else return minus. Okay. There he goes again. Okay, let's try this again. And we should get some logs out now. Here we go. Could not match this. Okay, that makes sense. Can we match this first part? No. Can we match this part? No. So it didn't like add it to the index, I guess. We got 33. And if we do can we do keys and then the length? Wait, how? String? Or just that? Okay, so there are 33. And no textures. So it didn't actually update the index, is what I'm hearing. Pretty sure it's yeah. Are we missing something here? Okay. Anyway, I have to go now, I think. So yeah, thanks very much for watching.